She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quagsire, Quagsire, Quag, Chad, Quagsire.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag, Chad, indeed.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag, Sip.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Love you Kwamali Sharif 63 love.
Okay, how we doing, everybody? Good to see all of you. Fair warning, my connection is already being completely just awful today. It's been pretty consistent in the mornings. Until about 12:30 Eastern, my connection sucks. And that, of course, sucks for me, because that's most of my stream time. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if I can manage to stay connected. Anyway, there's me. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. And apologies about canceling Saturday stream. If you must know what I was doing, I had to poop a lot, and then I got really tired, so I fell asleep. Yeah, that was a whole thing. So, sorry about that. In other news, I've been addicted to Pokemon, and that's been very fun. Oh, there it goes. Already starting to buffer. Eating donuts in bed. Hello, nice. Sounds like something my dad would do. All right. Let me go back and accidental chat clear. It happens. I've done that. No worries, Perek. How we doing, Nunu? Shroom Booty. Nunu, thank you for the 28 months, tier 2. Really appreciate it. Also enjoyed your Rocket League stream yesterday. Tenor, thank you for the 17 months. Thank you. Glenny, Sen. Aaron, Chubster, Mr. David Bowling. Hope you're all great. And David, thank you for the 18 months with the streak. A year and a half. Time is insane, and I don't know what to do with it. But thank you so much. Hey, Fan, how you doing? Jester, hope you're well. Shiner, Kitty. Perak. Jules. Making sure I don't miss anyone. Whiteout. Okay, I think that's the soccer chick. I think that's everyone. Cool, we're good. Pasta from Sen. Have you ever felt sad, worthless? It's probably because your Herald is kempt. Well, I have the product for you. Billy Mays here with Grog Nozzle, the only product guaranteed to unkempt your Herald today. Grog Nozzle guarantees improved body health and more karma. Side effects include loss of brain cells and becoming a redditor. Get yours today for the low, low price of talking to Lilith. But if you call within the next 10 minutes, we'll throw in an extra Norfleet absolutely free. Just pay this. It was cut off. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Unfortunately, just got out of bed. Relatable. I don't know whose idea it was to throw pop-up to activate shield over text chat. Came up as soon as I wanted to type. Sorry. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I've done the same-ish thing. You're all good. Kevin, what? I just gave you water. Like, it just happened. Come on. Shipping fee, your ability to read. Member, call Claptrap to buy your Grog Nozzle today. Ah, okay, okay. So, what I want to do today is I want to mess around a little bit with a Furior Chuck build. Not doing Pixies, not doing Shrikes. I want to do Shadow Fires and Lightning Bolts and see how that plays out. Like a sort of perma from the shadows chucking setup. See how it does. I just threw together a bunch of stuff that I had and, you know, magicked a couple pieces to be slightly more desirable and usable. So we'll see how it goes. And Jack, thank you for the 29 months with the tier 2. Is Texas Speech gonna read that? We're probably on a delay because of the partial disconnects. We'll see what happens. Trapscallion? Frost Shiver.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
There it goes.
Quag, how the quag are you quagging quaggy quag? Quag, quaggy quag,
Sounds
quagging
almost
quag quag, quaggy quag quag.
problematic.
Quag, quag, are lululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululululul lul quag.
Quag. Interesting. So the gist is quag, apparently. Oh, so also regarding my connection issues, apparently it's a thing in my area, like confirmed by like the Attorney General or something. I was talking to family about it this morning, so I was saying bad words about it. And it's like, yeah, a thing in my area. A lot of people having my problems, but unfortunately, you know, not a lot of them stream, so they don't make a lot of think about it. So not much I can do. My options here are basically continue to... Hey, Arctic Ninja, how you doing? Continue to attempt to stream through the poor connection part, which would be like, if you look at the VOD for last stream, and if you look at the occasional buffering right now, my options are to attempt to stream through that until the time of day where it gets a little better, which, as I said earlier, is around 12:30 p.m. Eastern, so in about 3 hours. Or to just change my stream schedule and start streaming later. Which I really don't want to do. I really don't want to do that, but I might have to. We'll see what happens. If I do a schedule change, it probably would more realistically be like January. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Just move easy. Oh, yeah. Just that easy. Hey, J-Rod. Good to see you. How are you? Anyway, yeah, let's do the chucking thing. Thought I was very careful to avoid objectively problematic suffixes. It was a good attempt, Jack. It was a good attempt. It's one of those gray areas where you can say anything in the right tone and it sounds problematic. I think it was Tosh.0 had like a recurring segment of that. Morning, show me your Warface. How you doing? Okay, what am I doing with this? Yeah, so the idea here is have From the Shadows up for a long time, like a long time, and just chuck a lot. You get basically what amounts to about 6 seconds of extra duration on a normal From the Shadows. You get about 6 seconds of extra duration total from this before the diminishing returns make it like... Now, because of how much duration we have from having, you know, Ascended Class Power here, and then Ascended Class Power here, and then duration passes here, we can end up with quite a lot of mileage out of this, but it doesn't persist through weapon swaps. So basically we're gonna be rolling unanointed for a lot of the time. I think that's fine. If I had extra copies of this stuff, which I don't currently, like, I think more ideally than this, I'd have one Shadowfire with this, and then one Fear Not with this, and then I'd have copies of these with, like, Spellcast something. Spellcast gun damage, maybe. On them, but we'll see. Also, this Salt and Battery doesn't have a hilt mod because I just took one I had and re-rolled it. I couldn't be bothered to acquire a better one. Also, not sure what armor I want to roll with here. This is what I happen to have. It's a good stats amalgam with... I mean, in a vacuum, these skills are really good. Just, I'm not sure how valuable Exploit Their Weakness here. Exploit Their Weakness is here versus, other stuff. We'll have to see. Fantastic yourself. Frustrated with my internet service provider. Other than that, I can't complain too much, Warface. Can't complain too much. You're great, Arctic Ninja. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. So, let me just mess with a thing real quick. Alright. Anytime you say anyone playing this game, I got so many games to play already. I'm juggling so many right now as well, J-Rod. I've got a whole Dragon Age Inquisition playthrough I want to do on the channel. That I'll be starting within a week or two. And I've been playing a lot of Pokemon off stream. I might do some on-stream stuff with that as well. Back 4 Blood launches a new DLC tomorrow. Really looking forward to that. I've been playing some Vermintide 2 as well. Still haven't played Resident Evil 8 DLC. Might play Callisto Protocol if it gets some performance patches on PC. There's a lot of stuff, Go Berserker for the capstone, guaranteed infinite duration. It's not guaranteed, but yeah, that's what we're doing. That is what is happening as well. We're going Blood of the Fallen here. Also, I hope you're doing well, Craft Knight. Hey, Cheeky, how are you? How's it going? I can't complain too much, Cheeky. Hope you're well. So you see the diminishing returns of the Anoint here falling off quite a bit. We're getting basically nothing per chuck. Which is fine. Yeah, we go Trust in Magic, because unarmored defense. That makes sense. What if on, could you drop any duration passes on the ring? Could. But what do we take instead on Sharksbane? That's the thing. Like, sure, I could go for, you know, pistol crit but I'm not certain that applies to the Chucks, and also that doesn't help Shadowfire. And because this is C100, and this ties into what we were discussing in Official the other day, son. Because gun builds have a slower time to kill, you spend a lot more ammo, proportionally, on C100 than you did on, say, C50. And that means that you need to account for ammo problems a lot more. I don't want to take something that only benefits one of my weapons when I could have something that benefits both of my weapons. Got the Platinum Trophy for Ragnarok, now playing Callisto. Nice. I do still need to finish some stuff in Ragnarok post-game. And I do want to do a Give Me God of War playthrough. Because I played on Give Me No Mercy, assuming it would be as hard as 2018, but turns out the game's, like, a lot easier. So, I might just do a Give Me God of War playthrough. Also, I had planned on eventually doing a max difficulty playthrough anyway, because I like the challenge. I just didn't want to be frustrated while experiencing the story for the first time. But it turns out the game's kind of easy anyway, so... I shouldn't say easy. It's, it kind of falls on the side of the difficulty spectrum where it's not bullshit, it's just... It demands specific things. It's not even punishing. It just is specific in what it wants from you. Because it's very forgiving with, say, checkpoints. You get, like, a ton of checkpoints per boss fight. Quack, quack, Chad, quack. Hey, Pupty, how are you? Enjoyed the Art T stream last night. I was lurking. Hey, Rune. Time for C1000. Ragnarok's awesome. Really enjoying Callisto around 4 to 5 hours in, maybe jump a few times. I've seen a lot of negativity about Callisto, but I've also concluded, at least through 2022, that people are just going to be negative about new releases, whether they're good or not. Like, there's people who are trying to shit on Ragnarok, saying, like, oh, God of War 3 is better. Like, no, you're smoking something. No, absolutely not. It's not a perfect game by any means, but, like, no, shut up. Seek the biggest juicy in the land? I'll try to find that for you, Jaybridge. Option I can think of are mag size, crit damage, does apply for my testing, reload speed, but I don't want something really buffs one. Yeah, like, SMG mag size makes sense. SMG mag size does make sense. As long as I'm using my Fear Nots appropriately. But this is why I like going no additional mag size boosts on Shadowfire, because you see I have 512 left right now. If I had been chucking with mag size, I would have been pretty close to running out there. Hey Rabbit, how are you? I'm negative about everything. It's true, J-Rod, it's very true. Thanks, how you doing? Annoyed at my ISP. I mean, I at least have a little bit of closure knowing that I'm not crazy, and it, like, is further confirmed that it's just an area thing. Cable companies in my area are just more asshole-ish than other cable companies. But that doesn't really help the fact that they consistently just fuck me during my stream window. And I have to either deal with rough connection for the first, half of my stream, or change my stream time. It's one of those things. It is what it is. But other than that, I'm good. Been enjoying a lot of Pokemon. Glenny has gotten me interested in doing competitive Pokemon, and
Ah, I see all the gunness of this build. Quag noted.
Yeah, the gunness, Frizz. It's a gun build. What do you mean? Frizz, thank you for the 27 months with the 2-year streak. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, Glenny's gotten me interested in doing competitive Pokemon stuff. Cliff has a few issues with dodge and combat, still great. Always play to get my own opinion, and some of the reviews are harsh. Yeah, cheeky. That's pretty much what I was expecting. Like, there's people who just, they go in expecting shit, so they see shit. It's that simple. Swimming's too loud. Yeah, that's... Yeah, people want to complain about something, J-Rod. That's crazy. Like, that's the type of person to call up their parents with a noise complaint that their stomach is too loud. Not their parents' stomach, their own stomach. Like, hey, you made this? Why didn't you make a quieter model? In fairness, my stomach is pretty loud. I probably should file a complaint. Ah, I think I dotted myself. Hey, Stomp, thank you for the 19 months with the 14 streak. Means the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know I've been very inconsistent with my stream schedule as of late, and I apologize for that. You know, time of the year where I had a lot of other stuff going on, and then also health and internet stuff, but I do appreciate you guys sticking with me through all that. It does mean a lot. If you didn't know, you can use inflammation on this, and you basically can't fail.
Time for a spell.
Oh, see. Shadowfire does not shoot exactly where the crosshairs are. It's, like, outside of it. I should shoot for the first one, and then, I'll use this. What's too many who's gonna mute this one now? That doesn't make any sense, Rabbit.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag.
Quag. Hey, Kirk, thank you for the prime for the 16 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get friends back needed. Do the same for you. Yeah, I do my best, and it feels good knowing that you guys feel the same. Really, it does. Oh. It's okay, I'm awake. I promise. Here. You know what? What's good at doing this? Livewire is good at doing this. Should I have a gluttony equipped? I feel like I should just have a gluttony. See, I got it. It's fine. Just gotta shoot for the first couple. The first one only would do it. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? Tomorrow's last out of 3 interviews goes while I'm hired. Let's go. Getting to 3rd interview is, like, huge. Like, 2nd interview is already a really good sign. 3rd interview is like, That's, I will continue to keep my fingers, toes, and butt crossed for you. Quack, quack, show. Are you immune to dots, sir? No, you're just lucky. Oh. This one does self-damage. Do I need poison? Yeah, that works out a little better. I was up till 3 a.m. Why are you like this? Please demonstrate crossing one's butt. I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it at all times. That's the difference between a good gamer and a jod jamer. See, jod jamers have the mental and physical fortitude to keep their rectum tangled at all times. Rectum damn near killed them. Rectum. Need to go back to sleep. Got a meeting with a vendor today. I'm gonna fall asleep at lunch. I've fallen asleep eating during this calendar year. No shame. It's natural. You get the itis, and you just sleep where you fall, you know? Hey, J-Rod, thank you for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Your first stream I pulled up in like nearly a week, got you something. Thank you. I don't know what to say. It goes a long way. Thank you so much. If you got gifted a sub by J-Rod, please toss some gratitude in the chat if you're here. And if you don't mind breaking your lurk. Now must lurk and actually work. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. And I hope work treats you well, or I'll come beat it up. So the thing with this build is I'm leaving a lot of damage on the table for like quality of life and flavor reasons. There's definitely more damage to be had here.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
But I really like the lightning
Girl
bolts.
and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. Quack.
Oh, I got myself there.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I'll equip this gluttony for now. I think I go with 2 shadow fires here, so that I can stack dots. Like, I can apply a fire one and then switch to the dark magic one on tankier targets. I'm not quite sure how Gloop's gonna go here. Shadow Fires to the crit spot should do okay, right? I'll just try to make sure to have the Cryo-Fear not equipped. I'm gonna want to make sure... Yeah, I'm gonna want to make sure I activate Shark's-Bane before I hit from the shadows so that I keep the duration. Just talk to the mother of whoever made the decision to put the launcher chest and giraffe DLC at the end of our course for them. Here's the thing. How many creative ways could they actually hide chests in Borderlands 2? Like, with what that game engine can do? How many ways? You think they'd done them all by that point, right? Eventually, you're gonna end up with parkour. That's a game with no mantling, sliding stuff. They probably don't want to hide anything behind mandatory rocket jumping, because it's a little bit of a... Let's call it an esoteric mechanic for casual players. It makes sense why there's parkour. Now, I'm not saying I love parkour in Borderlands either. I don't. It sucks. But... makes sense. Anything but this? That's all you need to top me on? Yeah, I feel you. Snowman? Yeah, Snowman's your game if you don't want to do the chest. So cold outside? It is. I've swapped back to using 2 blankets. 2 heavy blankets. I'll have to switch back to the non-LE for Maker. Butt wipes don't taste that bad. Not saying broccoli tastes bad. Just proving that it's a flawed frame of reference. That's the kind of thing that's gonna get people asking questions. Okay. Maybe I want a spell just for this. Ow. This gloop is currently going to take more ammo than I can really afford to use. I'm gonna wait for From the Shadows to end so I can, like, kill this for some Blood of the Fallen. It's a little awkward. Loop doesn't know where I am. Okay. That's a little better. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. Cool. Alrighty. I think I broke the boss. Oh, okay. Well, I don't have another thingy. There we go. Thanks for the thingy. Free damage phase is a privilege, not a right. How dare you? Loop? Are you coming? Thank you. Don't fucking do it. Yeah, so I need a separate win con for this, just because of the nature of the fight. This is a good example of where gun builds can fall off. Because the way gun builds would do this faster is by having something like Ghost in the Shell. So I guess that's a case for, Blightcaller over Berserker. Hey, McBain, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Oh, I was body blocked. Cool. At least I move fast. So ammo is starting to be a very big problem.
Oh no, I don't have a nap time. I only have energy drinks and dynamite!
Maybe I do need a stronger presence of melee in this. Like, the more I think about this, the more I'm like, hey, is Blade Caller the move here? Because Blade Caller gets a Spirit Swarm. Blade Caller also gets us, we could get Alchemical Agent for the Salt Battery if we wanted it. I actually like when that phase works out this way, because dots don't damage the weak spots, so you can just keep getting free damage in. And if you have Unyielding, and you stay enraged on the Berserker, then the thing doesn't do enough damage to you to actually kill you. The Storm. And I'm out of ammo, so I need Alchemical Agent now. Like all bosses start with 20-second free damage phases, it's my gamer right. I'm stuck, chat. I'm stuck. This has just been an interesting experience. Like, I went down there because I shot myself. Because I was stuck in the boss's hitbox. And the AI seems to have not realized I'm here. Oh, there it goes. Well, I'll die for the ammo. We might change multi-classes here. As much as I want to do Berserker for Blood of the Fallen, it just makes more sense to do Blight Caller.
Tastes like green bubba. Oh no, I don't have a nap time. I only have energy drinks and dynamite!
So how can I improve this? Caustic on the Salt and Battery would go a long way. And I think we'll try Blade Caller. Tactical respawn, indeed. Like, Bark is aware of where you are. See, he's turning to face me. He just doesn't know what to do. Invisibility AI is very interesting in this game. It does a lot of weird stuff. quite know what to do when I'm out of ammo like this. I guess the answer is for builds like this to just buy the ammo alters. Accept the hit to crystals. And just buy the ammo alters. Not hugely opposed to that. Oh, that was the other one. Whoopsie. No ammo. Oh, there's some. That's a good dot. Was that, I think that was Contagion.
More combat.
Yeah, that had to have been Contagion. Oh, that has more range than I thought.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. It's just, man, it's really just embarrassing how much you're gonna die when you think about it.
Aw, I wanted to finish with that. Guess not. I guess not. So I have no ammo going into this. Add a top tier TDR shotgun to the mix. Ah, uh-huh. Sure. I could probably get away with chucking Divergence here. It'd just be very awkward.
It's on, sugar bomb. Prepare to
You know, for while I had ammo, that wasn't bad. Spirit Swarm would help a lot with my ammo issues. I could keep Spirit Swarm going basically indefinitely with this inflammation. The thing I need to figure out now is, do I even get enough ammo if I was to, like, if I was to die on my 2 next lives to refill ammo? Does it even give me enough to kill? I don't think it does. I need an alternate win con here. Okay. This was good info. Failed runs are good teachers. Let me just do a thing. Good old connection. You good, connection? You good? Yeah, we're on quite a delay now. Every time it buffers like that, sets us back a few seconds. Let's try this. Let's try this, see how this works out. Don't need to respec. Morning, Craig. How you doing? Good to see you. So do I even have SDUs on this safe? Probably something I should investigate. That looks like I have... I don't have sniper or launcher SDUs. Or shotgun? But that seems right for SMGs. Definitely could have more for pistols. Guess I need SDUs. I can go buy them. I should do that now before I respec, though. Let's be smart. Let's be smart. Had to skip would we back? I'm glad we're back, Bloodlust Angel. And I appreciate the lurk. Yeah, let me buy SDUs and then respec. It's so hard to keep straight, like, when I make a new build like this, I'll generally make a copy of an existing save, but it won't be one that I'll be missing something, whether it's challenge progress, so I won't have, say, all of these stats, or it'll be missing SDUs, or something else critical. It always happens. Poor planning on my part. But this far into the game's life, I can't be bothered to correct that habit. Okay. I put some towards heavy there, because if I decide I want to use a Twisted Illusion for Soaked or something, then having more ammo for that would be good. Put some towards shotgun, because if I decide I want to chuck some shotguns, that's relevant. There's no TD or ARs, or, sorry, Fury or ARs or snipers, so those aren't really relevant here. Unless I decide to have a shooty-shooty. I also added a caustic hill to this, because RNG can suck it. Okay. So, we should put poison there. Or should I put cryo there? Poison's fine. More neutral. Now we'll respec. And we lose less money doing it in that order. Let's go Blight Caller. From the Shadows, Potent Poisons, Haste, exploit their weakness. Follow-up maybe has a shout. Yeah, because I don't have the old ways anymore, so sure. So, Geist in the Shell makes a lot of sense for bossing. We'll take at least the 1 point there. Doing dot stuff, so yeah. One Wraith Mail. Flawless Edge. Don't really need amped up. Don't want bogged down. I guess that means I can do that. Burnt Offering makes sense. Put that. Flawless Edge. What do I do with the next point? Worst Curse would help Geist in the Shell damage, I guess? Amped up helps Flawless Edge, but I'm not expecting to get much uptime on that, because I guess the Lightning Fear Knot can apply that. I'm more likely to have Worst Curse going, though. But I don't really need the ability damage. Geist in the Shell is going to be just nuts on its own. Alright, we'll go amped up. Crit damage. Yeah, that makes the most sense. I'm gonna get some cooldown from Toxicity, so Attunement would be a little redundant. I'm gonna get some spell cooldown from Burn Offering, so that would be a little bit redundant. Also low value per point here in a non-caster build. Dexterity is irrelevant, because I'm going to be in From the Shadows as much as possible, so I guess that means Constitution. Process of Elimination. Okay, I have no idea how this will work out. But I know I have more ammo. I know I have more ammo now, and I have less dependency on my ammo supply. Do I want the Spirit Swarm? Anoint Bow. Enchant. Whatever. I've been playing BL3 and Wonderland, so I've been going back and forth. Also, these are all melee crossbolts. I guess that helps Assault and Battery. I'm not opposed to that. Gun crossbolts would be better, but that's fine. Just builds itself. This will be fun. Me. Alright.
Think you can make it?
See how this does. Now, the big thing with Spirit Swarm is it's not going to benefit from the Shadows. Spirit Swarm can't crit. What From the Shadows is going to make our dots crit, which means bigger swarms. So it's like one step removed, but it's still relevant. There's an argument for Break It Up over Trust and Magic actually leading to better ward full uptime, but... Hey, Trade Secret, how you doing? I guess Miasmic Mail makes the most sense for armor here over Amalgam. What'd I lose? I lose health regen and move speed optimally? But I'd gain quite a bit of consistency in my damage. And a higher ceiling. What do you guys think? Comfy stats or more damage? On bosses, I definitely could stand to have a little more damage. I also don't have any reload speed bonuses anymore. Doing well listening while doing science. Ooh. What kind of science, if you don't mind me asking? Also glad to hear you're doing well. Did I dot myself? Yeah, I totally dotted myself. Sorry, Fire Friend, I tried. Not particularly hard, but I tried. This also raises the question, do I just go Demon Blights over Sharksbane's here now? I think logically speaking I do, but I don't get action skill duration if I do that. Heterogeneous crystals. I know nothing about that. Genuous? I don't know, but I'm proud of you, or I'm sorry that happened. Old reliable. Just becoming a dot build? It is. I chat gun game. Trying to make it a gun game, Dex. But, like, the more I do, the more this becomes a dot build. Because there's a lot of situations where just gun damage isn't enough. It's like the way this goes is against Bunny and Gloop. Geist in the Shell is just going to be way faster, even on a gun build. Even if I just put nothing except one singular point in White Collar and then put the rest in my other tree, whatever that is, that's going to be better for gun builds for those two raid bosses. Against things like the Maker, where I've gone through a long stretch of content using my ammo, and it's something that's going to be up for a long time, so I get good value, Spirit Swarm's incredible. Even if I weren't to invest into dots, the Spirit Storm would be great. But, like, that creates the issue. So, like, against the Maker, what can gun builds do to speed it up? You can invest into gun stuff and then say Sword Explosion. But even that benefits from a dot component, because Sword Explosion is one of the biggest dots in the entire game. It's just all roads with gun builds lead to dot builds. At least with this. Like, if you are using a Sword Explosion for bossing at the highest levels of content, eventually you're going to hit a point where it's just better to build into dots than gun damage. Not many do, but think about the catalytic converter in your car, and it's basically that, but I do enjoy my research. Hey, that's cool. You gotta enjoy it, that's key. Like, melee builds eventually end up going to Alchemical Agent and or Executioner's Blade. Gun builds eventually become dot builds. Because even if you go for some other mainstay things that gun builds can access, like, you know, let's say you didn't want to go to Spirit Swarm and you just wanted Geist in the Shell. Like I said, eventually you're going to reach a point where it's just more optimal to have both. Play the Angles is extremely good in mobbing, and Headhunter helps out a lot in bossing. But you gotta keep in mind that Headhunter helps less in bossing than Dot Investment does, and Play the Angles doesn't help in mobbing. And with chucking builds, the only Furiors that are gonna substantially benefit from... The only Furior or anything that's gonna substantially benefit from Play the Angles is gonna be shooting a Gluttony, throwing Whatnots, or throwing Shrikes. That's, like, it. And none of that's really chucking for damage. So that kind of means Spore Warden is out. So that's the usual choices, gun build-wise, of Spell Shot, Stabomancer, Berserker, Lightcaller. Spell Shot gives a bunch of gun damage, bunch of reload speed, and the option to do a Spell Gun hybrid. Which would solve some of the ammo problems, because if I was just using, say, an Ice Spike to fill in some of the bossing issues, like, I could just Ice Spike Blue, for example. I'd have the option to get Double Knot. It wouldn't consume my ammo, I could just do that. I could Arcane Bolt the Maker, or Dazzler the Maker. So maybe Trapscallion works out well here. Help solve the ammo problems. Frost Shiver feels really good in mobbing, but as soon as you run out of ammo or hit a boss, it's just like, no thank you. And Blade Caller definitely has the highest damage potential, but yet to see how this works out on the raids. It's Blade Caller with Spirit Swarm, so it will work, but how much is the gun actually doing here? Then again, if we go for the Trapscallion hybrid, we're introducing spells. Although I think a spell gun hybrid is less common than just Spirit Swarm dot stuff at this point in the game. Trapscallion's been the smoothest climb for me in terms of gun builds. Is that just due to the stats Spell Shot provides, or is it also having the extra support for spells for not only the stats, but also things like Double Knot being available? Pokemon Theory Crafting is fun? It is. I sat in Discord with Glenny for like 6 hours or something. Doing some Pokemon Theory Crafting yesterday. He put together a really cool snow Trick Room team. And I might be putting together a Sun team. Is that because dots have a better formula than guns? Yes, but also they don't have ammo constraints, they don't have uptime issues, they don't require as much human input. Dots are just going to be superior to guns in every way, as long as the target has a time to kill longer than it takes to shoot one bullet. Any situation where you need to shoot more than one bullet, dots are better. It's just that simple. Simple Beam so interesting to me. I highly doubt it's viable, but I just try to find combos that make it work. Simple Beam's fun. There's a couple Pokemon that are like, because of the limited nature of what's available right now, in the Gen 9 Pokedex, there's a couple Pokemon that are really interesting to me. Pincurchin and Talonflame are very... Like, they carve out some niches that aren't fully occupied by other Pokemon. Like, you don't have other good electric terrain setters other than Pincurchin right now. You just don't. So that's interesting. It's also got other good support moves, and it's relatively bulky for what it does. Now, for Talonflame, a lot of what it does is just Murkrow's better right now, but Murkrow's probably getting banned because Murkrow's nuts. Gale Wings isn't as good as it was a few gens ago, but it could still be interesting enough. And I was thinking about doing like Gale Wings, Tailwind, White Herb Overheat, U-turn on a Sun team. So like you get 2 overheats that hit full strength before you need to swap in the Sun with priority on Tailwind. And you can always U-turn into a Torkoal and hit Eruption. That's just what I'm thinking so far. Still gotta do the rest of the team. And I'm going Spore Burr for pure guns, mainly for the formula. Burr to go into Spore Fuse. Shroom Wraith may be better for 2 double dip single target and PTA for mobbing. Yeah, Spore Fuse and Geist in single target is just gonna be how gun builds deal their peak damage. Asterisk next to that, a lot of gun multi-classes, if they don't have double dips available, then they need to get them through armor. So, like, if we're being perfectly honest, Shroom Wraith with Mosquito seems like the peak as long as there's crit spots available. If there's not crit spots, then you're looking at Blade Caller with Mosquito. For, like, efficiency. But a lot of people still rightfully have distaste for Mosquito. Trap Scallion's carried by Ice Spike Double Knot. That's what I was thinking, Rune. For Gloop, Ice Spike Double Knot would be nice. And then for Maker, I'd have Dazzler Double Knot. Do we try Trap Scallion next run, chat? Torkoal being able to Terra Fire is scary. Yeah, Terra Fire Eruption in the Sun is kind of insanity. But even scarier than that is Torkoal losing the ground weakness. I was gonna say the water one, but you're in the Sun, so like you're in the Sun and water's more physical this gen because there's no Scalds and there's very few good water special attackers right now. The best water special attackers are other types that Terra Blast water. So like going into, say, Terra water, or just something that the ground is at best neutral against for Torkoal is really good. Ideally something that's bulky against the special attackers. So like maybe Terra Steel. Because you don't lose the ground weakness, but you do gain a bunch of other good resists. If it's not clear, I've been diving deep down the Pokemon theory crafting rabbit hole the last couple days. I still need to do a Rain of Arrows build. Has anyone used Rain of Arrows much at C100? How's it holding up these days? I forgot to do Gloop, didn't I? Try Trap Scallion. Someone remind me. The loot room. Or when I die. We'd also have things like Frorb on the table.
Its bark is worse than its bug.
Like FTS Double Knot Frorb sounds kind of really good for support. It's Wonderland's Pokemon stream. I need to remember that Inflammation can't actually hit that particular weak spot. It can hit the ones on the ground, but not that one. Toxic. I want to try bonding Arc Torrent plus Double Knot. Bonding Arc Torrent just works out to a weaker Dazzler, honestly. You know, our friends are raid with in Pokemon. So many failed raids yesterday due to people bringing weird stuff to raids. I'm that guy too. But yeah, feel free to add me, Urban Mac. Message me on Discord, so the reminder's there when I end stream, and I'll like send you my friend codes and stuff. I saw that supposedly the next raid event is 4 and 5 star Steel, Salamence, and T-Tar. That'll be pretty easy to grind out. Very soloable, but I wouldn't mind grinding that out in groups as well. Just don't like the feel of Dazzler? Understandable. Yeah, I didn't hit Gloop. I think Terra's the best gimmick they've included in Pokemon in a while. I think so too. I think so too. It's definitely the best since Mega Evolutions. Like, Dynamax kinda sucked. Just don't see Spell Shot doing much anymore for gun builds. If you had 2 gun damage, Shark Spin, gun damage roll, and armor, you can get Fire Rate, Reload Speed from other classes. You can, but Double Knot as the non-gun utility aspect You also get good cooldown, you get good tank. Mage armor is a lot, especially on a chucking build. Mage armor just constantly happening is huge. Send your friend code, but I let my switch to a buddy going through chemo. Good guy, Dex. Good guy, Dex. Very wholesome of you. Hey, Big Bog. How you doing? Like Dynamax more than Mega? The thing with Dynamax is... like... I didn't like the moves. Some of the moves were just bad. And playing around them just wasn't as fun as playing around Terra or Megas is. X Charizard or Y Charizard. I liked the Pokemon that got multiple Megas. And it wasn't that many. It's Charizard, Mewtwo. Were there others that got multiple Megas? Might have just been those. But I like that concept. Let's see how far Mist Dancer next. I've been coming across some good gear for it. Mist Dancer is one of those things that you're very much in the basic gun build area for bossing. It's just like against bosses. Hey, have you heard about Sword Explosion? That's just pretty much it. Yeah. In mobbing, you have more interesting things. Like, I think there's a legitimate argument for Body Rocker out-clearing Sword Explosion in mobbing because of the hit count. Because with Body Rocker, you can have 36 play the angles chances. Obviously, if you went for Corrupted Plate Mail, you have 72 play the angles chances per shot. That's a lot. It's just more efficient clear. Less ammo consumed as well. Blade Caller dot build is doing the business at C100. Been using the Protagonizer with a status roll, some reload speed, a lot of points on attunement, so it works. Got a purple amulet with double status chance. Is that chance or damage? Also seems to work well. I need to decide which items are better if the gameplay seems similar. A lot of it boils down to a choice between damage formula and quality of life, Grasshopper. So, for example, with the amulet slot, almost always in any build that I do that you see me doing dots, I try to get this roll. Because it's simply a bigger number. And if you're doing dot builds, especially with Blight Caller dot builds, status damage is a more impactful stat. Spirit Swarm and Contagion both double dip status damage, and you can get Spirit Swarm off of a Contagion proc. So if you apply a dot, and then it rolls Contagion, then it rolls Spirit Swarm, that is, you triple dip this 3 times. And status damage is just the biggest number. It's tied for biggest number with a couple other stats on this slot, but it's just way bigger than, say, an all damage roll. All damage roll doubled up is not 96.6%. It's way lower. Even though getting all damage is important and it's harder to get as a stat, this is just a bigger number that also has other damage formula attractiveness. Now, in a setup where you're not doing dots, then usually this slot will be like all damage. But if you're playing a multi-class that doesn't have a lot of reload speed, and you find that quality of life, your preference is you want more reload speed, you can get away with that. Especially if you're getting all damage somewhere else from like an Amnesia, which is the biggest source outside of Faithful Thralls in the game. When I play, I'm not a Berserker anymore. When I play Berserker, I often take the Instinct skill, which is swap speed and reload speed, just because I like the feel. It is almost never optimal to take Instinct on a Berserker build. Unless you're going to Blood of the Fallen and not benefiting from fire rate or swing speed, it is almost never optimal to take Instinct. Because it doesn't provide you any direct damage or survivability. But in terms of feel, it can be worthwhile, and I like it a lot. Using Kettle Drum and a Riveter last time I used it. Riveter is something I want to revisit for Mist Dancer, because the potential DPS is really quite silly. I've not used that in a while, but Kettle Drums still do fairly well. Feels nice, still been using it. If you have a really good trigger finger or like a scroll wheel, Riveter is up there competing for just some of the highest DPS that guns can do in the game. Like there's breakpoints where a Riveter can outdamage a Sword Explosion, just because it takes time for the stickies to go off, time that it doesn't take for the Riveter to just hit and kill. But again, that's similar to how guns and dots work out. It depends on how long time to kill on the target is. Riveter also can just do Barbalode out of the box, which is huge. Whereas Sword Explosion would need an outside support to achieve that. I think I'll stick with the purple double status damage until I get a double damage Frenzied Wrath. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome, Grasshopper. Worth noting for Frenzied Wrath, you said it's a Blight Caller dot build, right? Spirit Swarm does not benefit from companion damage. It counts as a companion for Faithful Thralls and Harvest, and Brutal Stampede, but it doesn't get companion damage. So, unless you're doing other stuff, like if you're doing Bog Totem, then yeah, Frenzied Wrath's gonna help that out. Just figured I'd mention. Gun build interesting. Hey, Arconia. Yeah, we're doing some chucking. Trying out a few flavors. We're gonna try Trapscallion flavor next. We tried like pure gun stuff with Frost Shiver, and then we tried some dot stuff with Blight Caller, Blade Caller. I want to try Trapscallion next with some spells thrown in. Yes, Bog Totem? Okay, yeah, then Frenzied Wrath's probably the play. Bro, I love asterisks. Yo, same. Did you know that all humans have an asterisk built in? No way. How you doing, still? It's fun. What else do I need for the Trapscallion variant? Would I be going Sever the Thread? Or Executioner's Blade? Show yours right now? I don't need a 3-day break, but thank you. Try checking with fealty ring. I actually have some. I haven't used them yet. I forget how they have to roll for you to get the double gun damage roll. That's a fear only thing. I just don't know how that happens. But I did give myself some that I forgot about. I liked the idea of action skill duration too much, and Shark's Bane providing the conditional damage is quite good. It doesn't actually give that 88%, I should mention. It gives whatever a non-chaotic Sharksbane does. It's like 30 or something. Sorry, I've been on dealing with medical stuff. Glad to be back. Glad to have you back. I hope your medical stuff has cleared up or clears up as best it can in the future. I've been pretty inconsistent in the last few weeks as well. I was off for almost 2 weeks, and then I've had some health stuff and some connection stuff. But I'm here now. This game had mail. I'd send you some. Yeah, alright, let's try Trapscallion flavor. I think Exeblade makes the most sense, because then I could benefit from Salt and Battery Exeblade, which should be pretty okay. Or should I go for max crit damage Banshee Exeblade, do you think? Now, if I go Salt and Battery, I also have the option of just swinging it for the Dagger Storm. And if I go down to Exeblade, I can take out Chemical Agent. What do you think? Exeblade or Sever the Thread? If I do go to Exeblade, then I'd need Double Knot Armor. Missed the big Chaos Chambers. We just had one last week. They brought it back twice in the last, I think in the last 2 months. Yeah. I've gotten 2 big runs. So that's been cool. Hopefully it's like a once-a-month thing. Or a permanent thing. That'd be cool. Run Sever the Thread with Spellzerker Armor. I haven't tried Exeblade. Yeah, Bizarre. How you doing? So... Alright, let's respec. We're going Trapscallion. From the shadows still. How's the testing going? It's going well. Trying out different multi-class combos and seeing what feels the best to offset kind of the innate problems that gun builds have. You need some kind of support for chucking builds that don't use strikes or pixies for Chaos 100. If nothing else, because of the ammo. So, we're trying out different ways of doing that. The leading concepts so far are either going Blight Caller for dot stuff or Spell Shot for spell stuff. So I know I want that much at least. Nimble Fingers makes sense now, so I can take that. Although follow-up is good as well. But if I have Sharksbane on, then I get the conditional that way. Although, does that just apply to guns? I don't remember. Let's see, over here, Magic Bullets. Prestidigitation. We'll go Mage Armor. There's a case for skipping Mage Armor and picking up Glass Cannon so I could use Cursed Wit. But with the Lightning Bolts, I will want to be at longer ranges where that's less likely to be advantageous. Take Glass Cannon anyway for the spell damage. High threat count for sure. Now, whether or not we go farther from here, I'm not sure. We could take Alchemical Agent and Double Knot. Chucking Lightning Bolts? Yeah, Lightning Bolts and Shadowfire. You've changed? What do you mean? What do you mean, Snowspawn? How you doing? 1,000 cuts would be pretty good here, actually. We don't have much global damage. Not only lightning bolt is a great dot, increasing max size increases dot. Yeah, I have this one. I think it can roll higher with a 17 mag? Am I misremembering that? 17 mag is like 1 part more damage? Like I know would never use a stinky and smelly firearm. True. So I'm gonna want Contagion. So let me get down that far at least. Nimble Fingers. 1 follow-up. 22 mag will have higher dot, even the lower card damage. Okay. I don't want to entirely do dot only. Like, I want the gun to kind of do more here if we can make that happen. 17 mag would also be... It'd be a very small number more, but it would be more overall chucks per ammo supply. I just don't know which parts to change to achieve that. Imbued weapon could be good here. I haven't done much Sever the Thread stuff, so I'm kind of curious to see how that goes. Oh, fuck it. Could skip 1 slot, 1 kill, and still pick up Alchemical. But nah. Let's try that. Still take status damage. Spell cooldown, I guess? It's still going to be relevant outside of Sever the Thread. Although, if I'm using mostly Ice Spikes and Dazzler, I don't really need that, because Dazzler will be used infrequently enough that I can just always reset it with Sever the Thread as long as I have ammo. And Ice Spikes have a good enough cooldown that I don't need more. What's the alternative? Constitution? I guess a little more bulk. Sure, we'll do that. So... Universal Soldier seems like it'll be problematic. I could go Barbaload, because with the Fear Knots, when I shoot the bolt before chucking, it does prime them from Barbaload. Because I don't feel like getting myself better amulets right now. I'll just use this because I have it. This Amalgam could change to double knot armor. Yeah, let me pop over to another save real quick. I need to grab a double knot armor. This one have my extras? I know I'm doing a lot of thinking out loud today. I'm sure it's not the most interesting, but going down a good old theory crafting rabbit hole is kind of my shtick. Paradigm for some melee damage would be kind of interesting for an Xe Blade setup here. Mosquito. Crazy build ideas you think could realistically work and you had good build around it. It's kind of a broad category. Could you be more specific? I guess I would want 1,000 cuts on these instead of thing. Oh, out of spaces. Shit. Let's try that. 6 out of 3, double knot. Sever the thread from the shadows, definitely very effective and fun. Yeah, I think I've seen you mess around with that. I've just not played a Sever the Thread build at C100. Well, that's not true. I did a polymorph Sever the Thread setup that was actually quite fun. Chillmonger Sever the Thread. You have any abilities that just seem crazy weird and somehow work? I did Reaper of Bones dot stuff when Blight Collar was a little newer. That worked out well. I did a lot of optimizing on Clawbringer's Hammer Throw, and that ended up working out quite well. Rune Sen and I did a lot of min-maxing on some Stab-O-Matic stuff, and managed to make that work with some admittedly pretty weird tech. See all these volatile spells from, like, launch chaotic spells as well. I just never moved out. Last combos are good for gun builds. Any combination of Berserker, Spore Warden, Spell Shot, Blight Collar, I would say. Leaning heavily towards Blight Collar out of those 4. Spore Warden provides you the best multi-target for gun builds. Blight Collar provides you the best single target for gun builds. So Spore Blight would be probably peak, but there's also use cases for putting in Sabomancer applies consistency through From the Shadows. Berserker gives you some tank and also a good formula in general, without much in the way of bells and whistles. Spell Shots is just a lot of gun damage, which is particularly desirable when you're undergeared. The more gear you have, the less valuable Spell Shot is for gun builds, because you get a lot of gun damage on gear, and especially the more myth rank you have. If you're into investing myth rank, I'm not, but if you're into investing myth rank, Spell Shot loses more and more value. Contrary to what you might think, because as myth rank goes up, you get gun damage and spell damage, which means a lot more gun damage because magic bullets. But you're in less need of gun damage because you can get it from there and you can just take other things in your gear. Hey, Manic Geek, hope you're well. That was all the spells I needed. What else did I need? I needed armor. There'd be a case for comparison between Play the Angles and Plague Storm in terms of applying damage to groups of enemies. Plague Storm and actually not too much to be a downside. Plague Storm is a small radius on a long cooldown with an enforced duration that requires you to have already done significant damage to apply it, and then it even only applies that damage to a single target, so you need outside support. Like, Plague Storm's not good multi-target unless you have Barbalode, because it's just too impractical, and even then, it'll only be good in the infrequent cases you can activate it, and as long as you don't move too far away from it. You can obviously keep it up longer with, say, Blood of the Fallen, and in Obelisk rooms, it's fantastic. Against most bosses, it's fantastic, but it is largely impractical in comparison to Play the Angles. The thing is, Play the Angles is completely useless if you only have one target, whereas Plague Storm will still be very useful. But ultimately, you can have both if you really wanted to. You could just play Shroom Wraith with Play the Angles and Plague Storm. So I don't think it's a really pertinent point of comparison. I could have a better Dazzler, but it's fine. Let's try Frorb here. And yeah, I know, Mosquito, but it's what I got. See how this does.
Enter if you dare.
Crazy spell in the game, just a weird effective thing tied to it. The only thing I think is Marshmallow spell. There's a lot of crazy spells. Gelatinous Cube is like a multiplicative effect with splash radius bonuses, so it leaves puddles that then explode for like the size of the room. Wicked Gossip has Ricochet as the double dip, so it's by far the hardest hitting spell in the game. Provided you have multiple targets, but it's even still really good in single target. And it leaves puddles that... Puddles in this game are kind of cursed. They aren't your damage, even if you make them. So they're also percentage of enemy HP based. I'm chucking the wrong gun. So Wicked Gossip's definitely wacky and good. Curse of Malice, if you can get it to hit hitboxes in the way you want to, it's very good. But it's also one of the riskiest spells, because I can only think of 2 spells that do self-damage, and that's one of them. Or percentage-based damage, yeah. There's not that many sources in the game that do that, but like, for example, the puddle from the Firebolt skill on Clawbringer. If you've ever wondered why your Wyvern will suddenly do, like, good damage and then go back to doing absolutely nothing, it's because that puddle, not the hit itself, but the puddle, isn't your damage. It's just some weird thing that kind of just always does that. Puddles are very weird in this game. Like, we thought BL3 puddles were cursed, with things like Ember's Purge and water. But no, it's just crazier in this game. from QB one of those? I believe so. Is Fire Friend okay? Yeah, just add some extra food. It's fine. Fire Friend eating good. Frozen Orb spell, I haven't seen that build before. Frozen Orb is extremely good because of how it interacts with hitboxes and the fact that it can double knot. A lot. Like that. Frozen Orb is very good. It has been since they buffed it in June. It's just, not a lot of people used it right away. There's a lot of people who were encouraging me to use it, and I just had not gotten around to it. So at the time, I was very much on a melee addiction. Frozen Orb is one of the better spells in the game. Ow. That was very fun. It is. It's interesting. We had a period of time where a lot of people in the Wonderlands theory crafting community were pushing melee very hard. So that's when Lazy made a lot of optimizations to Blender. Rune, Sen, and I were working on a lot of different things. Just melee came very far in that period of time. Then we kind of moved over to spells for a bit, and that's where Frozen Orb got pushed really hard, Wicked Gossip got pushed really hard. I've been having a lot of fun with Arcane Bolt. Arcane Bolt is really in the running for my favorite spell, just because it's very good and extremely consistent. As long as you have a crit spot to hit, it can hang with the likes of Laser Hand and stuff. As long as you continue to have access to that crit spot. But it's element flexible and extremely spammable. I don't know what damage source of the cube puddle would be. Puddle. Your opinion, you think standard shooting gun builds need Buffmeister at C100? Do you think it takes a tad more optimization for build to make it smooth? Well, it's going to take more optimization. Nothing ever needs Buffmeister in this game. And you should note that even with Buffmeister at C100, gun builds are worse than spell builds, they are worse than dot builds, they are worse than melee builds. That is just how the game works. This is true of, hey, this is a gun build with Buffmeister versus a melee build without, melee build with, doesn't matter. Gun builds are just not as good as spells, dot, and melee at C100. That doesn't mean gun builds aren't viable. They are. But just know that guns are not the bee's knees compared to other things available. More than viable. They will take more optimization, as you mentioned, though. And this is a kind of continuation of something that started in BL3. There's more peak level clearing non-gun builds than gun builds in BL3. In fact, the number of guns and gun setups that outclear action skill and grenade-based stuffs and Shield Nova-based stuff in that game. It's very few guns. It's very limited. They just kind of continue that momentum in this game. And because Borderlands players are not the most imaginative fan base, a lot of people didn't treat BL3 as such, so they were further blindsided by it in this game. Borderlands 3 is not a gun game. Wonderlands is even less of a gun game. Doesn't mean guns aren't viable, just means they are nowhere near truly competitive with other things you can do at peak player power. Like, Stone Swan regularly does stream content of modded Wonderlands to do Chaos 300. Not Chaos 100, Chaos 300. And that's something gun builds just can't do. They cannot do it. Dot builds can do it. Melee builds could probably make it somewhere in the mid-100s. Comfortably. Spell builds would make it higher than gun builds, at least. I don't know that they would keep up with melee without having very good Wicked Gossip ricochets. But the point is, guns are 4th string. Hey Tom Nasty, how you doing? Oh, thank you for the Prime for the 13 months. Means the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Glad to see you back. Have a good break. I did. Thank you for asking. What do I use for this? I'll just use Livewire. It's fine. Sorry for all the questions. Oh, nothing to be sorry about. Running Blight Guys Reaper Bones like you did, use Virulence? Yes. You have no reason not to take Virulence. Status chance is consistency. And status duration is buff up time. Puddles be able to apply status effects at all? I don't think so, because they're not your damage.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Glad to see you back. Did you have a good break?
I did, Al. Thank you. Even if they did, because they're not your damage, you wouldn't be getting things like Contagion or Spirit Swarm off of them, so... ultimately irrelevant. First time I tried something, did mainly use guns in BL3, was thrilled to see it actually worked and was immensely fun. Yeah, and I think BL3 was the first lands game to really lean into that. Because there were non-gun things that were, viable or enjoyable in previous games. Obviously you had certain grenades in BL2, you had melee stuff in, 1, 2, and TPS. You had some stuff. But it wasn't nearly as widespread as it was in 3. It's just funny to see Pigwar pinned down like this. I don't have too much in the way of damage going on right now, because I've split it so many different ways. But it's a fun playstyle. I just have a bunch of different tools going on right now. Like gun builds, been playing a lot of those lately. Biggest thing with gun builds, even in an environment where they'd be like, even if they were, say, the most effective type of build in this game, which they're not, but if they were, I still wouldn't like them, because the thing that you can do in every shooter isn't interesting to me in the shooter where you can do other things. Like, you can't go around and, shoot gelatinous cubes that nuke entire rooms out of your hands in, you know, Call of Duty or Overwatch or, you know, other FPSs. You can't do that. You just can't. Sure, those games have their own stuff that you can't do in other shooters as well, but you can ADS pew-pew things in the face in, like, every shooter ever. So why would I do it in this one? That's how I feel about it. Did enjoy guns the most in BL3 out of the rest of the series since they just felt nice to use. BL3 just had snappier gunplay. You guys might know the popular Risk of Rain creator, Wooly Gaming. He recently did some Borderlands stuff for the first time, and accurately, as a newcomer to the franchise, identified that BL2's gunplay feels like, well, shit. And BL3's gunplay is like, wow, okay, this is better. A lot of people don't acknowledge that because of nostalgia bias, but that's just how it is. So, despite BL3 being the most non-gun, it also has the best gunplay. In this game, I would say gunplay in this game is honestly not quite as good as BL3. And that's largely because of the way the weapons behave. Like, you have, instead of point-click thing-dead guns, you have stuff that works more like this. See the Shadowfire? It's very slow. And Shadowfire shooting is not the way you deal damage with that gun. I think that's why people get so attached to things like the liquid cooling in this game, because liquid cooling is not a slow projectile. It's a very straightforward gun, and how it works and how it feels. And people like that. So I think that's a huge part of why there was so much knee-jerk backlash to it being balanced. Because the gun just feels good. And there's fewer guns that behave like that in this game. Always seemed weird to me that guns, one of the main draws of the franchise, are the weakest comparative option, at least as of the new games. Well, that's because you don't get as much identity with just regular point-and-click gun stuff. Like, look at the stuff within the envelope of guns that Lands games do differently. You have chaining weapons, like the Brainstormer and Reflux. You have manufacturer gimmicks as a whole. You have TDR Inferior chucks. That's stuff that is tied to guns, but it's why I have gun asterisk in my stream title. Like, this isn't exactly what people would think of first when they hear gun build. And that's the kind of stuff that sets Borderlands and Wonderlands IPs apart, because they can do different stuff, and it's not just the same point-and-click stuff, which has been done 1,000 times and will be done 1,000 more times. Spamming rocket launchers out of most considered gunplay? Yes. To me, at least, because you're fundamentally dealing gun damage by shooting a gun. Now, there's some people who wouldn't consider that a gun build in the traditional sense, but I would say that would be more of a personal definition than an actual one. Because, yeah, rocket launchers are guns. It's a gun build. As the state of the blue weapons you like using a while back, I know you made a point to show they're still good, and just to test the time. Body rockers? Yeah. Body rockers are still more than fine. As long as you are comparing them to guns. If you compare a blue body rocker at C100 to, say, you know, this frozen orb, you're going to be real disappointed in the gun. But in terms of relative to other guns, yes. Still good. Oh, you mean the uniques ones, like the Anchor Heck Waiter? Those have fallen off a bit because they were, with the exception of some use cases of, say, Last Rites, blue rarity guns, the uniques, have not been peak as, plus double not nice, as enemy HP has gone up. Like, at C20, enemies had less health, so you had more options because you didn't notice a difference in time to kill because everything died before that could happen. And at that time, a couple were better. Like, for example, the Mistrial was a lot better back then before they nerfed Dolly ARs, which was a justified nerf. Dolly ARs were kind of bonkers with their damage profile compared to other things. But I would say that Blue Quest Reward guns, they start to lose their desirability, maybe around Chaos 40. Although with the reshuffle, it's probably more around Chaos 50 now. You can definitely use them to get to the point where you can start getting Ascended stuff more consistently, and then probably move off of them. I forgot what I was doing. Hi, that's one of those symbols. Tooth Raider, yeah. Tooth Raider is one of the best items in the game, period. But it's a utility gun. Also on the topic, I think Arms Race was an escape to the action skill meta. Do we consider action skills meta? I don't know how much I agree with that, because, for example, Hustler Racer Zane, like, your action skills are ultimately pretty irrelevant there. You're just using Clone for coverage and most likely Mantis for triggering Annoyance. Like, action skills aren't hugely relevant there. With flak gun builds, most standard ones, your action skill of choice doesn't really matter. They each have different strengths, but they're all good. With Moe's stuff, there's a lot of Moe's builds that just ignore her action skill completely. I don't know if I'd consider action skill meta to be an accurate term, but I do think that Arms Race is a good escape from the formula, and it brings it back to the basics of, hey, cool gun, pick up gun, use gun, get other gun. That's not something you do in Borderlands Endgame, but Arms Race lets you do that. I do like that. Same way back when Masterwork Handbow got nerfed, this gun had been looking for a while and it was taken away from me, so I got things that don't perform like it did previously, gotten past it still. I mean, Handbow nerf didn't functionally change how well it does. Like, Handbow now, post-nerf, is still really good. It wasn't a big enough change to really kill the weapon. At least in an optimized build. They haven't killed anything with nerfs in this game. Almost nothing. Pandemicium, due to the logic change to Contagion, did get a lot less desirable. Rogue Imp feels a lot worse post-nerf, although note that even if Rogue Imp had never been nerfed, it still wouldn't feel great at high chaos right now. So keep that in mind. Sawmill can still be used, it just doesn't feel good anymore. It's like Sawmill's another example of something that came close to being, like, killed by a nerf. But they don't kill things with nerfs. Mistrial is kind of in the Sawmill area, where you can make it work, but you have no reason to really do so over other guns. Wish we got more Arms Race maps. I still love the idea of Electricity Arms Race. That'd be so cool. I think J-Rod's lurking, but I hope you enjoy the emotes and everything on his behalf, Castius. Maybe Echo would be better here with this flavor of the build. Orb good though. I'm gonna do the thing. Guess I'll save my action skill.
There's the girl and she's on fire.
Hey, loading screen.
There you go, Quack.
Thank you so much.
Quag cursed.
Quack curse. Thank you for the tier 2 for the 9 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Morning, Rome. How you doing? Hope you're well. Arms race is one of the few things I can pop back into the game anytime and not be like, what was I doing before now? Is this built about and still have fun? Yeah, I think arms race is something that I would love to see refined and returned in the future. Like, DigiPeak, I think, is still an underrated piece of content that was kind of a precursor to takedowns. What if whatever we get as the successor to arms race is a more refined and expanded version that people end up liking? I think it shouldn't be overlooked. I think Trapscalion's fallen off. He's my favorite build. Trapscallion has not fallen off at all. Trapscallion is still one of the better multi-classes in the game, just because it's so good at, like, everything. Could be your choice of items. How am I today? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Earlier, I was a little frustrated with my ISP, but it cleared up faster than it usually does. Normally, it takes about 3 hours to clear up, but it cleared up in about an hour and a half today. Like that. I got stuck there. Luckily, mage armor with reload speed is quite strong. Oh, don't go that way. Honestly, I just need to build around Jacob's black powder guns more so I get better field experience when the opposed use anything goes built, doesn't cater their strengths more heavily. Yeah, specializing is how you alleviate that problem a bit. For sure. And black powder guns are quite good. Particularly Kettle Drum for multi-target and Riveter for single target. Extremely good choices. And Carouser is both a very good sniper and a very good stat stick. Rain of Arrows is one I do want to build around. Do we make a Rain of Arrows setup next, chat? Try to do that on stream. That'd be more of a gun build without the asterisk. Damn ISPs anyway. I'm a supervisor for an ISP. Oh, so you know from inside how bad it is, Rome. So, like, asking for a friend, logistically, if I wanted to get into one of those offices to take a shit on a supervisor's desk, how would I do it? It's just asking for a friend who isn't gonna do anything with that information for legal purposes. No! Why? Why? It's so obnoxious. Hate it here. Please tell we didn't do it. Okay. Riveter, Sitkov's on my wish list because I dropped my old one. The recoil suck, now I really miss it. The recoil is quite intense, but the DPS of a Sukhov Riveter with gun crossbolts is actually, like, bonkers. Like, it's sword explosion tier, but with no delay. Extremely desirable. You just need to be able to manage the recoil and shoot it very quickly. Which is a little easier said than done. Do the thing. Thank you. Oh, Forb's not reaching. I guess I got an Ice Spike. That's why I have it.
Worry! Louder! Die more!
Good chunk of damage. All black powder build viable? I mean, yes. You just have no reason to do that. But, yes. Kettle Drum would do wonders in multi-target, and then you'd have, unfortunate. And then you'd have Riveter for single target. It'd do quite well. I'll roll Pistol Bunny on this run. Hopefully get a good Riveter. Do the thing. It's Riveter. Pistol. It's a purple pistol. You can get a Sutkov variant, which is, you know, the masher one, basically. And you can get with gun damage crossbolts. It is extremely spammable. It has very high recoil, so it's hard to control, but if you can stay on target. It's used in the speedrun. So, like, if that's a more sensible metric of how good it is to you, it's used in the speedrun. Got to get a proper Dazzler here, but... It's good for bossing. It's better than any other black powder weapon at bossing. The exception of, Rain of Arrows versus certain targets, I guess.
Bark is worse than its blood.
This will be slow going. This is what happens when you don't specialize. This came up a little bit ago in chat. Specializing is how you deal good damage in this game. This is like a hybrid doing like 4 different things. So when it comes to bossing, having a diverse bag of tricks isn't as helpful as having, you know, damage. Jack of all trades, master of none type situation. Oh, I uncrouched too soon. And I missed my chuck.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. It's just, man, it's really just embarrassing how much you're gonna die when you think about it.
Oh, I dotted myself. No! It's brute forcing the boss, of course. It's kind of a personal metric of how satisfied I am with the build, with how well you can do bark without doing the mechanics. So like melee builds can obviously do it, but they also benefit highly from doing the mechanics. Spell builds with the right spell can do it. For example, I've one-shot bark with a Wicked Gossip Ricochet. Very fun. Gun builds have a lot of trouble with that. You can with, say, Sword Explosion, but the list of guns you can do that kind of thing with is not long without becoming a dot build. Like, even right now, I'm relying on dots pretty hard. So what else do I have spell-wise that could be fun here? I could try Ferb. You're gonna just keep dodging away from me, though. Before I get in Ferb range. Yeah, Bark takes a while with this. This is the fate of most gun builds that don't lean into stuff like Geist in the Shell. I hate Bark's behavior in From the Shadows. He'll just backpedal and wait. It's not that he doesn't know where I am, because, like, he'll turn to look. He just doesn't want to play ball. That was the wrong attack. Yeah, Forb is just infinitely better, and this isn't even a spell-focused build. Can't see my little mouse Fate Maker I want to bounce on. Bark thoughts. You gonna run away from me from this distance? Oh, I'm out of ammo. Hey, Psyched Up. Oh my, I'm doing pretty okay. How are you? Testing a bunch of build concepts and stuff. Showcasing why you don't see many theory crafters playing gun builds. Sort of an accidental showcase, but it's a teachable moment. This build, I was like, hey, it'd be fun to include this, be fun to include this, be fun to include this. And I included a bunch of fun things, but as you can see, I don't really have bossing damage right now. At least not enough for this boss. So it'll take a while. You can see ammo problems, which is the biggest thing chucking builds have to deal with, in my opinion. My best bet is this. Just pin him in a corner and Frorb. Slow dodge. I think dying here will be optimal anyway to get ammo back. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take the L. Actually, my favorite gun, wish Pinrods could be better, like Phoenix or Crossbow Generator. Crossbow Generator is not that bad. Well, at least it wasn't a C50. It's probably fallen off quite hard. Phoenix has just never really been worthwhile. Like, it's got decent ingredients. Like, the effect is good. It's got an element, which is not something a lot of black powder non-magic barrels do. But unfortunately, it is just, it's got terrible damage. Like, the base damage is truly awful on the Phoenix. Which is less desirable than, like, anything else you could use for its role. There we go. It's not like our chucks aren't doing damage. That was a 500k Shadowfire chuck. Just one chuck. It's not bad damage at all. Just, gun builds don't quite have the damage to diversify in the way I have here. Yeah, I was gonna Dazzler here. Aw, I got myself. That's something I didn't account for at all. Yeah, I didn't account for that. Whoopsie. How do Magitech Torque shotguns work on sticky mode? They do stickies. It's not different. Oh well. Good example of what happens there. So, I want to do a spell build run, just for contrast, and then I think let's put together a Rain of Arrows setup. See how that pans out. We could use that save we were just on, I think. But first, palette cleanser. Where is the save? Where? I have too much in my folder. There it is. I do like that Bruce Lee quote. Bizarre, bizarre. Perfect. Arcane Bolts. My favorite.
Good luck.
Took your advice on Sporewood and Greyborn build, and you're right, it wasn't working. Let's change to Spore and Burr. Should have a much more well-rounded damage formula, and also just playstyle with that. Hopefully it works out.
That ain't business. But I want some magic.
Foiled in their lightning resist.
I'm okay. It's a little thing called acting. Maybe you've heard of it. Next time, learn to hit it smart.
Black guys, you lean more into dark magic weapons, high dot, or just high dot weapons? High dot weapons. There's no reason to lean into dark magic. Dark magic is the only element that never has a favorable matchup. And you have no reason to commit to more dark magic. It's just, it's not desirable. Should I build real quick? Appreciate it? Yeah. I have the wrong... No, I don't have the wrong word on. Cool. And Demon Blights or Sharksbane? Demon Blights. There's no reason to use Sharksbane. Gun damage doesn't boost your dots. Spirit Swarm can't crit. Spirit Swarm doesn't even get conditional damage. So, like, there's no reason to use Sharksbane on, Thank you. You're welcome. There's no reason to use Sharksbane on that flavor of Blight, guys. Ouchie. I don't have mage armor right now. That's what's weird here. Why don't I have mage armor? I guess because I was doing Curse Wit stuff. That's fine. Spell shot build looks nasty. And this is with an overlooked spell. Arcane Bolt is one of my favorite spells, because you can just pew a lot, and it's very good single target. See, we hit a 2 mil hit there. As long as you can hit crit spots, it's very good. Part of the reason why Laser Hand, aside from the very high base damage and the piercing, and fire being a generally favorable element, big reason why Laser Hand is good is because fully charged Laser Hand always crits. Now, with anything projectile based, you can just aim for a crit spot and crit. It's not just a gun thing. Like, you can do that with Ice Spikes, you can do it with Arcane Bolt, an uncharged Laser Hand, Frozen Orb. Like, just hit crit spots and it, you get not only all the benefits of critting, damage-wise, but with Arcane Bolt you get the partial cooldown refund, which as long as you're alternating them, means you can just always cast. And with Double Knot can crit independently of the original spell that caused it. But if that spell hit a crit spot, then Double Knot is already on the crit hitbox, so it crits. That's where some of the big damage from this comes from. Hey Micro, thank you for the 5 months, I appreciate it. Name change? Craig Wagmeister Quaggington, that's my name. Yeah, ideally with Arcane Bolt I would have Mage Armor for survivability, but I currently don't have Mage Armor in this spec, specifically so that when I use Curse Wit, I can keep that on. This is kind of like a all-rounder. I'll accept the discomfort. Spell good without hitting crits. I mean, if you, instead of aiming for crit spots, stack some crit chance stuff, like you get crit chance parts on it, you put some crit chance on your gear, then, yeah, you can crit without hitting crit spots and it'll still be good, but your double knots won't be naturally critting. They'll instead have to go through your gun crit chance stat, which, if you look at gun crit chance, 7.6% is pretty abysmal. So with most spells in caster builds in general, you aim for crit spots. It's just how you do it. It's like with gun builds, you have no reason not to try. Because it's just always better. Just spell builds get even more in single target out of critting than gun builds do. Game going on sale again anytime soon? Got that itch, not a full price itch? I have no idea. I wouldn't know when sales happen. Game good though. Keep in mind, whether a game is worth is a personal metric. Like, for me, I try to go for, even if I can get half an hour of enjoyment per dollar spent, I'm good with that. Half an hour for $1? Yeah. Now, I'm fortunate enough that I was provided the game. But if I had paid $60 for, I'm at like 1,600 hours in this game, yeah, I'd say that's money worth. Oh, I've bought Borderlands 3 like 5 or 6 times. More than that, if you include times I've given the game away at like out of pocket. And I have 6,300 hours in that game, so like, it's worth, even at full price if you want to play the game. But I do get wanting to be fiscally responsible. Gaming is an expensive hobby. Perfectly fine paying full price the first time, rebuying the game, not spending $90 again. That's totally fair. What armor used and why? Selective Amnesia. There is no point to using Graveborn for dot stuff if you are not using Selective Amnesia. Reason being, Reaper of Bones will keep Amnesia always on, and that's a huge amount of damage. If you are not using Selective Amnesia, change Graveborn to a different class. I suppose you could get away with Brutal Stampede. But, like, even then, just being not Graveborn and then using a Miasmic Mail would be better than most things you could do with Graveborn. The big reason I did Blightgeist was for the combination of Reaper Bone, Selective Amnesia, and Amped Up. But if you remove any one of those pieces, it's just no longer worth doing. Sanguine Sacrament saving my life. So much here I don't even know about. Didn't play DLC 2, there's a bunch of stuff new to me. Remember Farm Cape of Tides. DLC 2... Well, DLC gear in general is just good. DLC 1 honestly had the most misses gear-wise. Spellshot and Greyborn work good together? Yeah. Spellshot Greyborn is the optimal class combo for... Oh, I should pay more attention. For pure spellcasting. It's not really good at anything else, because Greyborn isn't good at guns. And neither of them provides that much for melee. But for spellcasting, it's peak. There's situational cases for other ones, but overall, if you're gonna pew-pew things with spells and only spells... Wow, I'm so trash today. Alright, time to cheese. Time to cheese. What am I gonna cheese with? Frorb? Cheese with Frorb. I need to stop talking while I'm doing this, because I'm using a rocket launcher. Which, isn't the most, precise thing for this. This should work, right? This'll probably work. I haven't played this game in months. Hey, Darth Plagueis. How you doing? And there you go. That's how you do that when you can't aim, or refuse to aim. I don't want thumb cuffs, I want shell casing. Where's my shell casing? That one... That one. Back to this, and this. See? Easy fix. Cheating? What do you mean? It's also worth noting, psyched up, that, like, I'm using spells right now that I'm like, hey, these are fun, but ultimately not hugely suited to mobbing. I just like pew-pewing all the things individually. But if I was to go peak power, you know, deadshot casting stuff, and switch over to this... It's a very different, beast. It becomes hit button once, clear room. We one-shot Pigwort there. That was Pigwort that spawned. We one-shot him. Because this spell is fair and balanced. That's a good pickaxe. Nice. I mean, Archmage isn't great, but... Vibing a bit, keep thinking I should probably come back to Wonderlands. Feel like basically everything has changed since I played. Is that not a good thing? Doesn't that mean you have more things to experiment with? I see equal parts people being like, oh, they haven't added anything new, when they have. And people be feeling intimidated by all the change. I feel like that means they're doing stuff right. But it fundamentally depends on, like, what you're trying to get out of the game. If you like dungeon crawling, build crafting, yeah, this game's for you. If you prefer other aspects of, like, the looter sphere, then it has less to offer there, but that's okay. It's simply more focused on what it's attempting to do. Like, some people live for the slot machine of ruining Bob the Bandit's day and then going through a load screen with a 20% ratio of actually playing the game, and they just love that shit. I don't. I hate it. It's absolutely awful. Dedicated farming is the worst thing in the looter genre. But not everyone feels that way. Now, dedicated farming is in this game, it's just not the focus of this game, which drew in a lot of heat from the hardcore farmers. But make no mistake, it is in this game. If you live for that, you can do it here. Just maybe has a little less longevity than some of the other titles. Ascended Sly Tribert. That could be fun. The sniper you're holding? I'm holding an Eidolon, and the reason why these are good is because they have the best crit formula you can have on a sniper. Now, we don't ever shoot it, really. We can shoot it, and fortunately it's crossbolt, so we would get Barbaloo enabled from that. But the reason why is because it gets 33% crit damage from parts, and that's in its own category of the crit formula. That then multiplies with every crossbolt barrel weapon that has this text down here gets its own multiplier, and that's in that category. And then sniper rifles have their own crit multiplier in another category. And then Hyperius and Black Powder weapons both have their own mult. Hyperius being not as high as Black Powder, I think. Yeah, not as high as Black Powder. But that's in another category. So basically, this sniper rifle absolutely juices our gun crit formula. This only applies to our gun crits, so it's not applying to our spells at all. But whenever we crit with a spell, we get Double Knot. And Double Knot is gun damage. And Double Knot can crit. So if we get a Double Knot crit, it benefits from all the crit stats on the sniper. Every class seems to be good on its own. It is. Every class is good in this game. It's been intimidating. Like, last time I played was around the time of the first DLC release, which I didn't get around to playing, so I wanted to get to 40 first. Well, I know my Spore Warden Greyborn might be hot garbage now. Anything that you were doing in the game back then is better now. It's that simple. Nothing from then has gotten worse. Only better. New avenues have opened up with new gear, and community knowledge has improved, so there's more ways to make more things work. And also, the Blightcaller class added a bunch of stuff to the mix, whether it's stuff from that class itself or armors that boost skills that weren't previously available to be boosted because they didn't have multi-class combo. Quag. You're saying looter shooters and dedicated farming don't go together? I'm saying that dedicated farming is an outdated concept born of technical limitations and that people need to let it go because building around it is only hurting games. Example. Borderlands 2 dedicated farming is an entirely different beast from Borderlands 3 dedicated farming. That is not because of drop rates. That is not exclusively because of part variance, but that ties in. But games are bigger now. Games are more complex. Games are on beefier engines. Games take longer to load. Borderlands 2 dedicated farming is fine because round trip you can do a farm in about 7 seconds. You know, as in killing, checking the loot, loading out, loading back in. About 7 seconds on good hardware. That same loop on, say, a console in 2022 for Borderlands 3, you're looking at like 2 minutes. 2 minutes versus 7 seconds. So even with comparable rates, even with better rates, that's awful. And if you continue to structure the core loot acquisition around that, people just feel like they have to save at it. And that either bores people, drives people away, or at best is just an untouched flaw in the game. And people believe that the genre has to work like that because they haven't played enough other games. If you look at other looters and the way they do gear acquisition, let's look at Outriders, for example. Outriders has no dedicated farming at all. But with a lot of post-launch support they don't have that game, you don't really have much trouble getting copies of items. It's more upgrading the items you have is the problem. But you can just get one copy and then upgrade it and you're good. Godfall has multiple loot acquisition methods. There's only like 3 or 4 items that have dedicated sources in that game, but you have massive quantities of ways of getting items. You can get almost any item from anywhere. you can use the quest system, which is like a dailies and weeklies page sort of thing. You can use that, and you can tell it if you have enough crafting materials. You could be like, hey, I want this item as my reward. And you just pick an item from your inventory, it'll give you another copy of that as the reward. You pick from 3 versions. Things like that. So you're playing the game more instead of constantly resetting. And some people suggest, well, if we get rid of the load screens and it's just an in-game reset, like sitting at a bonfire in a Souls game, does that fix the problem? And the answer is no, because you shift the time from loading screens to resetting, which it equalizes it among PC and console, but you're still spending more time not playing the game than you are playing the game. So for people who want to focus on the gameplay, you're still up shit's creek. It's bad game design. It was necessary, 13 years ago when the first Borderlands came out. It's not necessary now. Let it die. Love it, you don't have to dedicate farm in this game. Me too, psyched up. But it's important to note that the option is still available for people who do enjoy that. I know a lot of people will be resistant to the concept of getting rid of dedicated farming entirely, which is why they can coexist, having alternate methods, but you see in this game, people don't like that. In fact, they will go as far to say that dedicated farming doesn't exist because the alternative is better. Like, that's not true at all. But it's a case of, hey, do it my way or the game sucks. Like, no. What if I just want to play the game instead of playing the reset single enemy farm loop forever? Done that shit for 13 years, I'm over it. I have no interest in that. It's holding the genre back. Again, look at everything else in the looter genre. Dedicated farming is not a universal thing. There might be some sourced items, but it is not the way you go about getting everything, or at least it's not the only way you go about getting everything. That is a Borderlands fan hang-up, make no mistake. It is not a Lands fan hang-up, because most people who enjoy Wonderlands don't give a shit about dedicated farming. It is a Borderlands fan hang-up that has colored perception of the looter genre among Borderlands fans. Once again, people who don't branch out much from Lands games won't have that perspective, but it is entirely just something you see in the Borderlands fandom. Simply not relevant to anyone else. Hey Sora, hope you're okay. Anyways, taking the latest God of War game into consideration, to say that Kratos is bottom. I wouldn't say that at all. Actually, he's a Switch, probably. Probably Switch. But yeah, I'm doing well. I hope you are too. Seen a few disagreements lately between gamers who want more live service content from Lands games, who want more variants of content at launch, and there'll always be split fan base no matter what. So regarding that that point about more live service elements, Reckless Monster, I've seen that from, the same people who've been asking for that for years. But I'd like to point out that the people who ask for that also hate the games that do that. They might not admit to themselves, but for example, Destiny players that are very vocal about that kind of thing fucking hate Destiny. They'll play it when new content comes out, complain about that new content, then go back to playing something else and wish that other thing was more like Destiny. Invariably. Always happens. And I don't know what would be done by converting to a Destiny model other than making it so people with unstable internet connections or who can't access a connection at all simply can't play the game. Nothing would be accomplished other than that. You can still have an abundance of content without that model. For example, Borderlands 3 did that. We don't need to do that. Doesn't make sense to do that. But it is an emotional response from people like, hey, I like this thing. I want everything to be this thing. So you have people who only enjoy dedicated farming, thinking that every looter in a land skin suit needs to be that, and you have people who only enjoy Destiny, wanting every game to be Destiny. Borderlands multiplayer PvP? No, I think the idea of like an extraction shooter in like the Borderlands or Wonderlands IP could be cool. I don't think that's inherently a bad idea, because that's a whole different thing. It's not changing something existing, it's making something new. I don't hate that idea. I actually like dedicated farming, but Borderlands 3 got on the loading screen in the PS4 is like this. Even peak loading screens, BL3, on a high-end gaming rig psyched up, are just going to be slower than middle-of-the-road loading screens on Borderlands 2, because the game is more complex. Simple as that. Switch back to Arcane Bolt here, so you guys can see the pew-pew. I'll go Barbalode. Yeah, we'll go Barbalode. Pew pew. Not having mage armor sucks here, but it's fine. It'll be fine. Oh, wrong thing. That's okay. These ads are a problem. There we go. Wonderlands had problems with just the shift system. Imagine always online system. Yeah, like I absolutely do not want that. Do not want 0 out of 10 sounds completely awful with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Yet, it's something that's so regularly advocated for. Do not understand. I'll probably be fine. Ouchies. Do the correct attack, please. Oh, they didn't have hitboxes. Pain. 100 kills for each manufacturer thing in BL3 is really fun because it encouraged me to see what other manufacturers are capable of. The mail thing? Yeah, that was really cool. That was really cool. I enjoyed that system a lot. Fair Shift is also some bullshit systems like 10 years old, too. Or was in BL1. I mean, yes. For keys, I guess.
Death is miserable in this. Can't spot a cheat to save her life.
Ice Spike's Omega Wall. Ice Spikes with double knot. One-shot gloop extremely easily. It's funny. I should see what's next. There's a problem when I went to inspect a gun gets hella laggy. I've heard of it. I've not had that problem myself, but I've heard of that, yeah. go.
But I want to magic now. Not done yet.
Trying to keep him close to me to do that. There we go. Yeah, Wicked Gossip, Giga Chad. Should still be able to kill, as long as you don't do any weirdness. One more volley. Ah, you ran away. Damn. Weren't. He's almost dead, so I can switch to Arcane Bolts again. Do I let him break my shield intentionally so I can have it broken for the Maker? Do you get healed going to the Maker portal? Let's find out.
This never happens, honestly.
I don't watch anime anymore. I've seen a lot of talk about Chainsaw Man. Maybe I'll give it a peek. Chainsaw Man's exceptionally good. Really good. Really, really good. Which one's my... oh, yeah, body rune's better here.
Back in business.
I guess Spirit Rune would technically be best here, but no real difference. We traded. Does Cast Chamber still have DPS check bosses at the end and they at least manageable for gun builds? I don't know what you mean by that. Do those bosses still exist in the game? Yes. Have they nerfed some bosses? Yes. Are you still going to need to know what you're doing for gun builds against a couple of bosses to get by without optimizing your gear? Yes. Now you deal with a lot fewer of them during your Chaos Climb, but there's still base game bosses that exist. Like the first mandatory Wastard isn't until like C35 or something now, and the first drill isn't mandatory until like 58. But if you plan on going farther than that, you're going to have to deal with them eventually. And there's still random things that can show up in any other formats you do. Now, they were never as bad as people made them out to be. It was genuinely just a knowledge issue. I'm not going to say skill issue, it's a knowledge issue. Because knowing the appropriate counter for the appropriate thing isn't necessarily skill, it's experience and awareness. But did people overblow the obstacle that those bosses posed? Yes. Did the game suffer for that feedback? Yes. Wastard has been nerfed 5 times, for example. Just remember Wastard not being very fun. I lost my run to him. Yeah, that's not... Wastard always has been one of the easier bosses in the game. It's just Borderlands players don't know what to do against bosses that fight back. Seriously, look at most Borderlands bosses in those games. And then look at Wonderland's boss design. Wonderland's bosses can kill you, and they try to, or at least they used to be able to kill you before their damage got nerfed into the ground. Wastard has a high damage Nova that he has a 3-second telegraph for that can be blocked with line of sight, so you just take cover, or you outrange it. And he's got a skull attack that is so inaccurate, it can miss you while you're standing still. Also, sigils block the skull attack entirely. The bird can be killed by any Furior Chuck. It is just a 0 damage kill on it. That has been the case since launch. They've never changed it, so I'm gonna assume it's intended or just not detrimental enough for them to want to change it. But any Furior kills the bird, or any high damage non-dot single target options such as a Sword Explosion or a Riveter will take it out very quickly. Spell builds, melee builds take it out very quickly. Anything that splashes both Wastard and the bird still deal really well there. And Wastard himself is a human-sized enemy with manageable health bar types that barely moves and has a very open crit spot. He's genuinely easy. Always has been. But he's been nerfed 5 times. They nerfed his damage once. They nerfed his damage again. They made it so the bird regenerates less. They made it so he spawns the bird less. And then they nerfed his damage again. So, some people still report having problems with Wastard, and as with before, the boss itself was never the issue. It's the player response to the boss, as always. I'll give you another example. People who didn't like Guardian Takedown in Borderlands 3 and blamed the enemy HP. And then when they halved the enemy HP, they still didn't like Guardian Takedown. It's because the enemy HP was never the problem. Ever. Do a full run with Wicked Gossip, I think. I still want to do the Rain of Arrows setup, but maybe I'll save that for another stream. Borderlands 3 boss is easy as fuck. I meant the whole franchise. Like, look at in the other games as well. Look at most of the Borderlands 2 raid bosses. They have no mechanics other than, hey, I Nova. Sometimes. There's no mechanics you have to interact with, I should say. Then if you look at story bosses in all 4 of the games, 1, 2, 3, and TPS, very few of them do anything that requires any player engagement at all. It's just a design philosophy thing for that IP. And then for this one, they decided to make bosses that do things you interact with. For example, Banshee. Banshee forces you into an area where you have to interact with her high and low beams mechanic. Quag. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Banshee forces you to interact. Nightmare forces you to interact. Wastard, if you don't have absurd DPS, forces you to interact. Now technically Banshee's mechanics can also be bypassed by sufficient DPS, but Nightmare can't. Nightmare will go into the second phase. Now with really good RNG, it'll go somewhere where you can just kill it before it does anything, but it goes into the phase. Bunker can be fought from the entry platforms. You have almost no mobs to fight, and Bunker almost can't hit you at all while still giving you access to every crit spot they have. Yep. People will frequently cite Badassosaurus Rex as a boss where there's some amount of threat. But all of the threat there comes from you, not the boss. You are the most threatening thing to you in that fight. Which is why people conflate Boar as having so much value there, because it turns off the only thing that can hurt you.
Choose lose, Fate Maker. Now the fun begins.
This health bug? No, Wicked Gossip just cracked. I always have to check for health bug. Because we're hitting, you know, 50 mil, 100 mil on ricochets with this thing. At peak. Give me 1 second. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. I had to help family out with something real quick. While I was doing that, I was thinking about it, and yeah, I think I am going to do that Rain of Arrows stuff on stream today. After this run, I'll maybe do talkie over Skill Tree Planner and explain my thought process. What type of Spore Warden build would get me to Chaos 100? Spore Warden provides the most to gun builds out of the build archetypes it really supports.
Time for a spell. Stop, won't stop.
Talkie, yeah.
You must be lost. Let me show you the
Wicked
way.
Gossip is so crazy. I know laser hand's very easy to use and better against distant targets, because you can just hit and then be done with it. But I really think Wicked Gossip's just a better spell. Because the multi-target and the damage potential, it's just crazy. You can nuke an entire room with one Wicked Gossip in the time it takes you to start charging your second laser hand shot. And as long as the high value target has a weaker one next to it, you can hit harder than a laser hand can. I do think that the top tier of spells is still populated by only those two spells. Like, nothing else compares to those two. Even though there's a lot of other good spells. But, like, I think the tippity top tier is just Wicked Gossip and Laser Hand in that order. That room clear was speedy. And relating back to gun builds can't clear that fast with most means. There's some things that can, for example, Shrikes. Shrikes can do that. Extremely good aim with a Riveter can do that. Ruby Spite, once you ramp up, can do that. And good RNG with Play the Angles can do that. But there's not a lot of guns that can clear anywhere on pace with what both melee and spells can do. And dots. But as discussed before, the final evolution of most gun builds is to become a dot build. Just because if you look at guns like Sword Explosion in particular is a big example of that, but also Shadowfire, Fear Knots, like they have really high dots, and dots don't consume ammo. While also doing more damage, having more uptime, requiring less player input. Providing better multi-target in many cases, due to Contagion and Spirit Swarm, and Barba Load. If this game is, like, you know, people say gun game by the way, melee game by the way, spell game by the way. This game's a dot game. Which I think they intended with how Blightcaller was structured, and the balance changes they've made to Stabomancer over time. What they have touched and have chosen not to touch. Like, they buffed from the shadows multiple times. Contagion was toned down, but in a way that they simply made it do what it says, instead of reducing its power any other way. They just made it stop lying. The way they chose to buff Shadowfire was by giving it a really powerful dot. Blightcaller is structured almost entirely around dots. There's a lot of uniques that revolve around dots. There's a hilt mod for dots. And a lot lot of weapons just incidentally have really good dots, like this Catatumbo, for example. 1500 dot on a Primordial is very good. Very good. Yes, I'm doing the radius thing again for getting into the bark fight because I find it funny. They left Old Contagion, as well as a Blight Collar, to easily be the most broken thing to exist in any lands game ever. Yeah, and Spirit's Form already has a claim to that, without that. Technically, that's Barbaload. Spirit Swarm's just a Barbo enabler. That's fair.
Well, all bad guys. Can't believe after 3 reasons.
By Pigwort. You got him with the Ricochet. Other aspects of Wicked Gossip that I'm not really taking advantage of right now. It has a really good dot. Like a really good dot. It makes puddles that do percentage-based damage. You can make it hit a single enemy up to 6 times per cast. Not including the puddle and the dot. They're just not living long enough for any of that to be useful. Not just Blight Collar cost. It's part of DLC 4, so whatever that is. I want to say like $10. Hey Moogirl, how are you?
Upsy daisy.
There we go. Ricochet killed through the poison resist. Not a bad amalgam. Area damage, all damage, with 2 magic bullets is certainly trying. Bye, Dragon Lord statue. Oh, that was so satisfying. Oh, that was so satisfying.
Wanna cross blades?
I can't bring myself to continue to play gun builds for a very long time because there's always this caster stuff, and then there's all the stuff melee can do. There's just more interesting things. But I do want to make that Rain of Arrows setup, so we'll do that next. What are we thinking for Rain of Arrows? I'm leaning towards Spore Warden for a very weird reason. I want ammo regen, so that when I bottom out my ammo, and I'm on like 0 with 0 in stock, I can just keep regenning 1 to keep shooting. I would like to have that. And Sporcerer. The reload speed from Spell Shot would be quite nice. And Mage Armor. We'd also have the spell support. I was thinking either Sporcerer or, Shroom Wraith. Board finished Ratchet & Clank last night, thought I was done, they hit me with the TVHM mode. Isn't Spore that game with questionable breeding? I suppose all breeding's questionable. You want to stop breathing fire, my dude? It's excessive. Spell Shot would let us have good amp uptime, but so would Play Caller. A lot of people exist shouldn't. That's why I fix it in The Sims. It's a threatening message. All the pretty Sims get nice houses, all the ugly ones. Wait, hang on, that's not fair. Where's my ugly representation? See, I'm like a switch of being a pretty person versus an ugly person. I clean up nicely, but usually I'm just a fucking gremlin. So I demand justice for my fellow sometimes uglies. Why do you keep turning? There we go. Life isn't fair. Also true. What a sentence, Moongirl. I'm not gonna read that one. That's, yeah. I don't need a good Ice Spike here, I just need an Ice Spike. You know, Concentrated Magic Barrage will probably do it too. I, for one, welcome our new Overlord. I almost said Overgirl. Technically correct. Hope you're well, Envoy. Girl isn't the god we need, but the god we deserve. Claptrap unit keeps data of all the humans. It's responsible. concentrated magic barrages can also do that, like ice spikes can. So if you don't have an ice spike but you want to bully Gloop, then you got this. Works on Gloop and Bunny. It's just very high damage and then a guaranteed double knot that also crits. It's just element flexible. Laser hand isn't element flexible. Well, I haven't been in the channel in a while. Nice to see you. Good to see you as well. I've been a little inconsistent lately with my streams, so it's been hard for people who also don't always have the time to catch me. That big ricochet was gross. Nice dodge, Bark. Wait, did I just get a good ricochet off of the skeep? I think I did. That's amazing. Acrolite patch notes are out for tomorrow? Cool. I'll take a look at those later, Room. Thank you. I haven't tried Wicked Gossip Maker. You think I could get a good ricochet off of one of the ball she spawns? Should I try it? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try that. I didn't quite make that. It doesn't quite bounce in the trajectory I want it to. Maybe I need more radius to actually hit that sweet spot. Maybe it just doesn't work off of those. Ooh, maybe I could ricochet off of this. That was good. That was juicy. Oh, aimed too high. Oh, that was good. Yeah, if you time it and hit her just as they're all spawning, then you get the ricochets. That's great. I love that. Oh, that's my new favorite. That's so sick. Spawn a statue. Spawn a statue. Thank you. I didn't time that well. Yeah, I think maybe radius for this fight makes a lot of sense. Lets me hit that more consistently. do the thing.
Regular spell. Sleeping curse words. I wanted to quit.
Oh. I was too slow. Yeah, Arcane Bolt and Dazzler are still the way for this, but I just find it cool that you can do that with Wicked Gossip. I want to test if this counts as my shield being broken. I could have done that at a better time when I had both my charges. I'm not reading that, but I read it in my head in that voice, and I don't regret it, Moo Girl. See, this is a cool mechanic. I'm gonna practice this for a while. It's very rhythmic, but it's one of those things, if you mess up one, it snowballs, and you mess up the next one, too. Forced engagement mechanics. Good game design. Good game design. Okay. So we pull up Loot Lemon. Cool. So I want to do a Rain of Arrows gun build. I'm thinking Spore specifically because of Quiver of Holding ammo regen. So Quiver of Holding is 10% ammo regen per point. It is boostable by Butt Stallion, which is, fun. But it's both mag size and ammo regen. The more mag size you have, the more value you get out of ammo regen. And basically I would want it to be fast enough that when I have no ammo, I just keep getting one back, and that allows me to shoot. Because Rain of Arrows is an ammo hog. All variants of it, times 5 chugs at the slowest, but it does chug ammo. So I think Spore makes sense here. But a thing about Rain of Arrows is that it doesn't play the angles. And you're not really consistently going to be getting anything out of Headhunter. So do we go Capstone on what other class we do? Hey, Boom, how are you? Mist Dancer with Blade here could be interesting enough. Because you're going to be hitting a lot. And Blade would help deal with some of the targets that are going to be out of your effective range. Although, realistically, I'd probably just use a Luddite or a Butterboom on those targets. So does Mist Dancer Sorcerer mayhaps? I think with Sorcerer is... So, like, we get reload speed, we get fire rate, we get some tankiness from Mage Armor. But fundamentally, the main thing we'd be getting from that is just gun damage. Sure, the bonus element from Imbued Weapon could be good, but it's just a lot of gun damage. Magic Bullets isn't special anymore, it's just gun damage. And gun damage is one of the very few things that Spore Warden already gives you, and you already get a lot from gear as well. So it's just overkill on gun damage. We don't get other formula by going Spell Shot. Now, if we go Blight Caller, we get Geist in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell. You get Geist in the Shell, which I still see some downplay of Geist in the Shell. It is literally Moses' capstone from Borderlands 3, but with more damage and at tier 1. It's just got a time delay because it's got to travel. That's all. But it's just short fuse, but like better because it can crit and it has better damage scaling. Like look at 10 points, it's 70%. It's Barrage Builder gun in general. I'm specifically trying to do Rain of Arrows. I want to make a Rain of Arrows build. Spore Warden considered mid. Remember people calling it cracked. The people who called it cracked are... It's like an inverse proportion with theory crafting experience and game knowledge. It's one of those things that surface level seems great. I personally was really excited for Spore before launch, and it was the first class I played. Over time, with the more experience you have and the more you learn about the game, the more shit Spore Warden looks to you, which is kind of unfortunate. But like, if you look at the tree, the capstone's great, but it's useless in single target. What's the biggest weakness of Spore Warden, even in gun builds, which are its arguably sole area of expertise? Single target gun damage. Headhunter's a great skill. That's really good. Wrath of Nature is also good, but Wrath of Nature isn't unique because it's the same value per point as Exploit Their Weakness over the Stabomancer tree, except this is a tier 5 versus a tier 2. This also rolls on somewhat less favorable armor combos than if you were Stabomancer and used a Stabo armor, you'd be getting more out of a Spore using a Spore armor that gives this. Mostly. There is the Spore Blight one that gives you Wrath of Nature, Affinity, and Geist in the Shell. That's pretty good. That'd probably be the play for this. Like 3 Wrath, 2 Geist. But still. And then you have Cold Shot is basically useless. Thrill of the Hunt is only relevant to Bog Totem and certain companion stuff. Windrunner is good, but it's the least desirable of the movement speed skills in Tree because it's conditional upon a kill. Whereas Haste is just always on and gets better when you cast a spell. Cold Snap is always on and gets better when you're enraged. Windrunner is the weakest of those. Medicinal Mushroom is good, but it doesn't provide you much more than quality of life. Quiver of Holding is good. That is the main reason I'm looking at Spore right now. Affinity is not big enough to be impactful, even after being buffed. Eagle Eye is just gun damage. The handling is really good, though. If you're doing, say, Riveter stuff, I've talked about the Riveter a bunch today, which we'll probably be using in this build as well as a single target option. It's got great DPS. You just need to spam the shit out of it, which Fire Rate helps with, and a good trigger finger. And it's got a lot of recoil. Handling helps that. Kindred Heart is make your Mushroom tankier and do more damage. Mushroom will never do enough damage to be relevant, and it's not going to be tanky enough to be relevant. And you don't have control over the pet taunt. It's not like Flax pet taunts in BL3, which you can control yourself. No, this will just happen, and it sucks because of that. So the Spore Tree just doesn't have much going for it. Its class feed is bad, most of its skills are mid, and the better skills tend to be redundant or less desirable than things you can get elsewhere. Even something as good as Play the Angles, Barbaload exists. Why? Why do you need this when you could just have that? If you're gonna do gun builds with Spore, you take it anyway because it's good, but even something as good as Play the Angles, which in a vacuum is one of the better skills they've ever designed, it's just mid compared to other things. So Spore Warden, from the view of an experienced theory crafter, is the worst class in the game. Is Claw still eh? Claw was never eh. The thing with Claw is it suffers from the same thing, just in reverse. People downplayed it because we didn't know that much at the time, and some people never moved past the state it was in launch and also the state of the community knowledge at launch. At launch, Clawbringer, before Awe was nerfed, was extremely good, because Awe was like from the shadows without the downsides, but also gave you a damage boost. Launch Awe was utterly absurd, and I loved it. Overpowered. In hindsight, them changing it was a good thing. Them nerfing it was a really good thing. But Awe was nutty. And at that time, Storm Smite wasn't so far behind, especially after they removed the cooldown. It wasn't good, but it did enough damage to be relevant. Clawbringer still holds up very well. It's still got one of the better skill trees. Just straight up. It's pretty well-rounded. You can use it for melee stuff, you can use it for gun stuff, you can use it for hybrid stuff. It's just good. It's more versatile than Spore, for sure. Rain of Arrows get Splash? I believe so, yes. But, basically, I don't like the idea of ranking things, but if you were to rank classes in this game based on strength, the stuff that doesn't budge is that Spore is at the bottom, Blight is at the top. Only the things in the middle change. Like, up towards where Blight is, you definitely have certain combinations of classes. For example, Berserker and Stabbo together, utterly bonkers. Berserker Stabbo, that being Frost Shiver melee builds, are really, really extraordinarily good. But Sabomancer is another example of something that people kind of don't take in context. Like, Sabomancer's skill tree sucks. Straight up, it's just not good. But it's got some things in its kit that are so good you can't ignore, and that they just carry the rest of it. Those primarily being From the Shadows, Contagion, Alchemical Agent, and Executioner's Blade. It's mostly those four things. Because Executioner's Blade allows you to deal melee at any range, using lots of outlets to apply it. Contagion is dot tech, and Alchemical Agent is an extremely powerful dot applied to something that doesn't normally have great dots. Like, melee weapons don't have good dots for the most part. You have Slam and Salmon fully stacked up is fine. Storm Surge is fine. And Salt and Battery, because of just how strong it is and how many times it hits, can be made to be fine without an Alchemical Agent dot. On the dot side specifically, Salt and Battery just damage-wise is really good, but you can make a Salt and Battery dot, like, fine. But melee weapons don't do good dots inherently. Alchemical Agent is what allows them to do some of the biggest dots in the game. Alchemical Agent dots into Contagion are second only to Blightcaller Spirit Swarm stuff in terms of how big you can get a dot. But if you look at the rest of the kit, Arsenal is one of the worst skills in the game. Swift Death is the worst of the skills that provides this type of damage. Exploit Their Weakness is good, but ultimately it doesn't go in the sphere of influence that Contagion, Alchemical, From the Shadows, Executioner's Blade do. It's just not as good as those, but it's definitely better than the other stuff this class has to offer. Follow-up is too conditional to be desirable universally. Nimblefinger is too conditional to be desirable universally. Shadow Step is kind of irrelevant if you have From the Shadows. Haste is good. Haste is really good, but it's not unique. You can get movement speed elsewhere. You can get attack speed elsewhere. It's still good enough that every serious Stabbo build takes haste with no exceptions, but it's still not a selling point. And then you have Sneak Attack, which is one of the worst skills in the game. Elusive is good, but not a selling point. And then Thousand Cuts is below average, but if you're down this far, you take it, because if you're trying to get to Exiblade, if you've gotten here, you only have bad skills left to choose from. Because Thousand Cuts is more practical than Swift Death, because it doesn't require you to move. And it's a similar level of bonus. It's better than Follow-Up for most builds. It's better than Nimblefingers in most builds. It's better than Arsenal in, like, every build. But even if you already take Nimblefingers, you already take Follow-Up, you're choosing between Sneak Attack, Arsenal, and Thousand Cuts if you're trying to get to Executioner's Blade. So it's just something you take. Spore and Stabbo are bad skill trees. Stabbo has the mitigating factor of extremely desirable things on the right side of the tree and in terms of the action skill. Spore doesn't have that. Clawbringer is just good. Graveborn is probably what I would say would be in a vacuum, again, in a vacuum, the second weakest class. Because Graveborn's extremely good at what it's good at, then provides basically nothing to what it's not good at. For example, Graveborn on gun builds. Almost no value there. Graveborn on spell builds, literally the best thing that isn't spell shot. So, kind of similar to how Sabomancer's got a bad tree but good redeeming qualities. But as you go up that ladder more and more, Berserker has almost no misses at all. Berserker's got perhaps the most well-rounded skill tree in the game. It's got one good action skill, one action skill that is fun, but ultimately not good. It's got good enchantments. It's got an awesome class feat. Then you have Spell Shot, which has almost no misses as well, with the best class feat. And some extremely good outlets of damage. You have Blight Caller, which is just really, really good within its areas. So that's how skill trees stack up versus each other. Clawbringer and Sabo would be good. Yeah, Claw Sabo is one of my favorite combos. I particularly like using Claw Sabo because you can apply Alchemical Agent to the Storm Dragon's Judgment action skill, and you can one-shot bosses with your Hammer Throw. Very fun. So back to the Rain of Arrows concept. I was thinking. Let's fill out this side. Definitely gonna want Eagle Eye. Affinity makes sense if I'm doing Geist. But it doesn't otherwise. Bullseye is really low value. The gun crit chance might sound good, but remember that your gun crit chance goes off of, like, your base. So you have a base of 5%. 12% more of 5% is basically nothing. So even with max Bullseye, 60% more of 5, you're not breaking 8% crit. 8% overall. It's just not desirable. And Companion crit chance will only apply to your Mushroom. It doesn't apply to, like, other Companion things you have, because Companion crit chance goes to things that are damage first Companion. And the only things in the game that work off that are the Mushroom, the Demi-Lich, and the Wyvern. None of which are relevant damage. Even the Wyvern's best attack isn't even actually your damage. So there is no reason to ever go for Companion crit chance or Companion crit damage. Are we smart with this build? It's something I'm passionate about, and I put a lot of time into. And I talk frequently with a lot of other people who enjoy the same kind of stuff. It's a fun thing to dig into. So basically, I don't want that. I only want Affinity if I go with another class that will benefit, which would basically only be Blight. So I guess now I have to decide if I want to do Blight or Spell or something else. Imbued Weapon sounds good. Mage Armor sounds good. I support for this Rain Arrow setup, you don't mind me asking? Yeah, I don't mind at all. Quiver of Holding. It is so when I bottom out my ammo, I can regen 1 ammo and be able to keep shooting. Also, I'm likely to down myself, so Medicinal Mushroom will be nice. Rain of Arrows will probably crit a lot, so Sever the Thread could get some value here. Could get some value. We'd also get Double Knot going this far, so we'd have a ranged option. So Sporcer is attractive for those reasons. But over in Blight Caller, we get Geist in the Shell. Now, we wouldn't get huge Geists from Rain of Arrows, but they would go to, like, multiple targets. And if we switched weapons for certain bosses, it would be very relevant. We'd get good amp shield uptime through amped up as long as we had a way of applying the lightning status effects. Yeah, I'm not certain. Play Dark Magic, so I don't understand it. We have a command for that. That's a Google Doc, which explains all the intricacies, the hidden ones, and all the everything you ever need to know about dark magic, courtesy of Stone Swan, right there. So I don't think Geist outweighs everything that Spellshot would provide here. Because we can probably get away with using Barrage for Spore Fuse. So let's look at that. Definitely Magic Bullets. 2 Prestidigitation to move on. Am I gonna use the Barrage enchant on Ward to get charges back on reloading? Because if you don't, then Barrage has one of the worst action skill cooldowns in Land's game history. It's just unforgivably terrible. Might be hard to see because of how zoomed out I am, but it has a 30-second cooldown. 30 seconds. So even if you had 100% cooldown, this thing is still longer cooldown than most other action skills. What's the duration of Spore Fuse? I don't remember. Hmm. 10 seconds? Okay. So I would need to activate Barrage every 10 seconds, ideally, on a consistent basis. And I don't see a way of doing that without having either Blood of the Fallen or Reload enchant. Hey Luke, how are you? Good to see you. So I want Mage Armor for sure. We'll go with Max Prestidigitation. We'll take 1 Just Warming Up. I don't need Glass Cannon. We'll take Font of Mana to move down. Sever the Thread plus Arcane Bolts. The Urge being an option. Sever the Thread and Arcane Bolt's kind of redundant. But I like the idea of Theurge. The thing is, I could do Protagonizer with this. Actually, no, I couldn't because I don't have Geist. So what do I do with my Amulet slot? I think Theurge makes the most sense. And that does kind of open up... I would still want to stack cooldown there, so I don't think that influences my decision-making there, but I think you're onto something there, Boom. I'd want to do either Theurge or Harbinger. Harbinger, because it would help me get more amp shots. I'm thinking that I probably use a triple amp shield here. It's between triple amp shield and body rune, I think. I suppose Cursed Wit has a shout because I could just kamikaze with a Cursed Wit. Cursed Wit can roll an amp part though. Amp Cursed Wit? Doing well, thank you. Swell, thank you. A little chilly. It is cold. It's getting that time of year. Yeah. Take high thread count. 23 points left. Shroom takes self damage because you could clutch on that for revives. I don't think you can hurt Mushroom. I don't think you can hurt Mushroom. But if I want consistent revives from it, I'm gonna need to make it tankier. So I'll take ability damage, I think, because I can get more Mushroom HP from class power. So I think I'll take that for Spore Fuse damage. Want Medicinal Mushroom, and I want Quiver of Holding. Now, Windrunner sounds good, but I might just rely on getting movement speed through other means. We'll see what I end up doing with this tree over here. So Imbued Weapon will be nice. A 10% gun-only bonus element isn't a huge deal, but we're using a non-LE gun, so it's just gonna be comfy. Double knot, 1 slot, 1 kill, sever the thread. I think that's everything we want from Spellshot Tree, so that leaves us 4 points. We could go in on Kindred Heart now? I guess Bounty of the Hunt would help, but it's only 4% per point. That's really low value. 4% per point as a kill skill. 12 seconds isn't a bad duration, but... Do I just go 3 Windrunner, 1 Kindred Heart here? I think that's the play. It's a weird looking tree. But this is what I'm thinking so far. Quag, 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 Chad, quag. This is what I'm thinking for the tree. Okay. Let's hop on a save and start making this, I think. Okay, we'll go Spore Warden Spell Shot. I guess Village at 8 makes the most sense here. Kind of. In terms of gear. Let's just put Spore Fuse on this rain. Do I go Fealty Oaths here? Black Powder Fealty Oaths? Okay, let's see what I've got so far here. I don't know if I'll actually get to playtest much of this with how much theory we're doing, but I haven't done this amount of talking over a build as I've made it live in a while. So every once in a while I like to do that for people. There you are. Gotta go take care. Have a good one, Moop. Thanks for stopping by. So I totally just repurposed the Chuck build I was testing earlier. That's why it's still named Chuck. Yeah, Eagle Eye is... The gun damage will be good. Low value compared to Kindred Heart, which companion health is a little harder to get. But, the handling, if I use a Riveter, I'm gonna want that. That's that. I think we'll go crit damage. Now here's the tricky part. Crit chance might not be bad here because of how many things it's applying to. Like, Spore Fuse won't get it, but Rain of Arrows hits a lot. And That could be more consistency on having decent-sized spore fuses. Status damage isn't going to do much for me here. I guess Constitution is just going to be nice for bulk. Because if I'm using an amp ward, I'm going to be spending some of my bulk to get damage. Attunement might be good for barrage uptime if I'm going to use Theurge and try not to use the ward enchant. So I guess maybe we go Attunement. And I guess Intelligence? Because spell cooldown equals more Theurge use. I guess that makes sense. No Constitution's weird, but try this. You know, gear-wise, that's the Sword Explosion. Where's... we have that. Leave that. I got two, so I can swap between them for certain things. Such as Fealty Oath. I'm thinking a multi-charge Bolt Lash for this. Like how many charges can you get on Bolt Lash? Loot Lemon to the rescue. Because I can use Bolt Lash to enable Barbalode. Or do I want... Love Struck Bow enables Barbalode, right? Would that be better? I could have a 3-charge Bolt Lash. I think. Let me check the balance sheet, actually. Yeah, Bolt Lash can roll triple spell charge. Okay. Barb instead of Theurge. I forgot already. No, I'm doing Theurge. Thank you. This is why I think out loud. People can keep my thoughts in order. Yeah, so no, I want Theurge. I want Theurge. I guess Spell Shot Power Theurge. This will be fine, I think. Should I just use an Ice Spike? Or is it Inflammation time? Maybe Inflammation with enough crit chance parts that it's consistently double knotting. That could be fun. That could be fun. So we'd want this to be on level with an amp part if I was going to do Curse Wit. But I kind of resist doing the Curse Wit tech without being a Berserker for Relentless Rage. If you don't do that, then your Save Your Soul timer gets real short real quick. We don't have much in the way of healing here, so Desperate makes a lot of sense. So I guess Desperate on a triple amp shield. Do I have a triple amp in my... Nice voice. Do I have a purple shield in here at all? Let's check a vendor. could do deuces. Ooh. Deuces? What do you think, chat? I lose my enchant slot, but I don't have money to buy that. Classic me. I also have a cat in my lap right now. Let's go deuces. Sinflammation. Crit chance status damage. Makes sense to me. Theurge, we want spell shot power. Cryo, I guess, for deuces. It has gun reload mag size right now. I think that might be fine. Oh, I don't really need more reload speed. I don't really need more mag size, but I'll just leave it as is, see what happens. This is all an experiment. I'll swap the gun damage passive on armor out for spell crit chance. Let's see. Hopefully this works out. Solid chance it might not, but it'll at very least be fun. And it's one of those things, if I really can't get it to work under any circumstances, then I'll just turn down the difficulty. Because that's an okay thing to do. Don't you forget it. I didn't check melee weapons would be good here. Something with vampire would be good. Vampire pickaxe? I'll worry about them another time. Don't need to be bothered right now. Okay, cat, I'm gonna need to put you down now. You're clawing my legs. You're very cute though. Look at this. Look at this thing. Okay. Let's see what happens.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Back. Welcome back, Sora. Down myself rather quickly. It's certainly satisfying, but I'm not seeing damage. Like, my fear of Spore not doing much for me here came true immediately. But the reason I want Spore would have also come in if I hadn't died there. And that reason being, I was already almost out of ammo. Just got blue and purple primordial riveters to cost. Nice. I need riveters. I do need me some riveters. Thinking. Mushroom? Yeah, there you are. Oh no, he died. What's your armor? What is my armor? I don't even remember. I think it's a skeeter. It's a skeet. Yeah. Maybe play mill for survivability. Maybe. So when you can see Spore Fuse going off. You can see health bars move. But I'm missing damage. I think that's the big problem. Missing damage. Put Dark Magic on your amulet for a damage boost. True. True. I like where that's going. That shotgun called? This is the Rain of Arrows. Oh, my connection's deciding to do the thing again. I apologize for, you probably see all 6 pixels of this stream right now. That is a Rain of Arrows. Alright, maybe Deuces ain't the play. I could go with... Yeah, I'm not ready to write off this concept yet. Because it's so interesting. But this definitely might be one of those things that, just does not hold up at high chaos. Which is fine. That's how difficulty works. If it doesn't narrow the choices you make, then it's not serving its purpose. I think maybe taking Spore just for pseudo-infinite ammo is not doing me any favors. But you can't really use this gun by itself without doing that. I know what I'll do. Perhaps Twister for the enemy control, keeping the distance for the arrows. That concept's not dead yet. But we are going to revisit it. For now, though, we mentioned Mist Dancer earlier, and I have not tried Riveter on Mist Dancer in a while. Is this save C100, or is this the one I never updated? Let me correct that real quick. Gotta get the copy. Corrupt. Yeah, don't move saves while you have that screen open. Cool. I want a riveter. I want a riveter. For now, kettle drum stuff. I never put a good barbaload on this save. But that's okay.
Good luck. Bad.
Still holds up pretty well.
I must reload.
Yeah, that still holds up really well. I like it.
Now you got no juice.
Maybe... Yeah.
Vengeance on my mind.
Skeet prod for harder targets. Little skeet prod barbaload. A little bit of visual pollution, but good to see skeet prod holds up. Yeah, I want to roll pistols so I can get riveters. Also, yes, I know it's my end time, but I'm feeling like going a little longer. I've been inconsistent streaming lately.
Magic's dry. Let's get casting and blasting.
Oopsie. Dotted myself with a barrel, I think.
Appreciate the assist, little one.
Quag, 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 chag, quag. I guess I butterboom for this. Quack sound must be ingrained in your brain all day, every day. Pretty much at this point, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Did someone say quag, 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 Chad, quag? I believe someone did. Still feels good. It's probably the best feeling gun build that I've played at C100, except for the gluttony stuff. Where did Quag come from? Like, how do you think of it? Star Wars: The Old Republic spat a name that had Quag in it out for me in the random name generator when I wanted to start playing the game back in 2012. And it stuck. And people were like, hey, you like Pokemon, what do you think of the Pokemon Quagsire? I'm like, I never thought of that. So, yeah, that's what that sound is. It's Quagsire. Maybe when I mess around with the Riveter, I'll take gun handling alters as well. See how that pans out. Really want to hit the Pistol Bunny for some Riveters. If I get a decent one, I'll just tweak it as needed. So I can try it out before we end today. Man, Corrupted Plate Mail really makes you tanky when you're leaning into it with play the angles and all that. Just healing a lot. And I don't really have a fantastic plate mail on right now. I could have one that's doing a lot more for the build in general. Sort of built is where the plate mail healing really shines. Yeah. So we're just hitting so many things so many times. We don't really have much in the way of other healing available. I just see maybe I got mixed up with the yeah, corrupted mail. Yeah, that works. How you doing, Odishby? I really like the playstyle of this, because it's just picking off enemies, like strafing around the outside, trying to keep them grouped, and using enemies to kill other enemies. And I gotta approach for things like Echo to deliver, you know, all the chip damage I did back at once. Extremely rewarding. A little bit of stutter there. Yeah, I need From the Shadows to deal with Pigwort. Or I just Butterboom. Yeah, Butterboom's the play, for sure. Also like to point out, I'm running a purple ring. Just because the stats on it work for what I'm doing. Ouchies. Please stop moving. Where did you go? Oh. Okay, they jumped up and then back down. Run it back. I'll start with From the Shadows against Pigwort this time. Or should I do Head Cannon? Skeet Prod. Skeet Prod. I forgot about Skeet Prod. He's got lightning resist, but Skeet Prod should brute force that, right? As long as there's an enemy. Oh, I need you to come over here. Less than I'd hoped for. Love how the main build check in this game is Pigwort. This moves a lot, more HP than your average target. Multiple resists. Alright, Butterboom's the play here for sure. I like how tactical this is.
Well, hello there, little sprout.
Disclaimer, this build's in heavy need of min-maxing. But this has potential. Think making another class in Wonderlands? Highly doubt it. Blightcaller is one that they announced to us before the game was even out. I think if they had another class planned, they would have revealed that hand earlier, so to speak. But I suppose anything's possible. We don't know what is or isn't coming for this game.
Was wondering when Morgan's turn up. Wherefore art thou ammunition?
Plate mail, you're so good! I was totally just plate mail healing, keeping me alive through that. The Stabmancer's 4 build? Yes. Thank you, Ski Prod. Ski Prod Barbalo to play the angles is some of the most satisfying obelisk clears you'll ever have, I promise you. I'll take another ammo capacity altar. Better to have too much than not enough, I think. Can I not pick up these health files? Oh, my health was full, it just wasn't updating. Thanks, game. Another somewhat amusing aspect of this build you can take advantage of is enemy corpses still count as valid ricochet targets. So you can literally shoot bodies like you're a pissed off Call of Duty player. And it'll ricochet and kill enemies. I don't know if I want to do the Maker here. I'm probably actually not going to do any raid bosses. Just go to the room. Got Bunny already. Yeah, the Gloop was in the one I just left. I did Bunny and Bark, but I'm probably not even going to go into the rooms for them. Yeah, let's just go to loot room. Let's roll pistols, because I want some riveters. Make sure to check the vendors as well. I don't have that much money, so I hope they're not too expensive. I can sell some stuff. Primordial used great bow. I can get rid of that. Primordial vengeance. I can get rid of a lot of these primordials I have. Smart armor. I don't even have that. That was probably there for a reason. Maybe to remind me of the skill point distribution I wanted. So my plate mail could definitely be better. Spell crit chance does nothing for me here. Yeah, this could be a lot better. The skills are barely impactful either. Stabomancer power is great because it gives me, from the Shadows duration. Spore power is play the angles damage, and Mushroom HP. I think I know why I had this bad, smart armor on me. Because it's the other Spore Stabo combo. This one gets 1,000 cuts, which is better than Swift Death. I still get some amount of Stabo power from the Shadows duration, while still getting Spore power for Play the Angles. So I'd go either like 5,000 cuts or 5 Eagle Eye. 5 Eagle Eye would be more handling if I find the Riveters too uncontrollable. And that'd still give me the mix of class power I want, while giving me more beneficial skills. Because I'm not really using the Swift Death points here. The follow-up point is useless, and the Windrunner points are cool, but functionally not that valuable, especially not in bossing. Okay, yeah. So I want a Spore Stabo plate mail. What do I want there? All damage for sure. Best way to farm a Buffmeister, Spell Bunny. Yeah, okay. Melee weapon's good. Amp Echo Twin Soul. Always, always good. I think my enchants are appropriate. Ascended. That's a really good Fear Not Shrike. Not Ellie. I would want Elemental for Shrikes unless they were melee crossbolts, but no, I tried. That's a good Whatnot Pixie. And then that's a good Fear Not Pixie. Gross. Stop it. I don't want Fear Nots right now. I would like Riveters. Also, I should probably talk about other content I've planned for stream in the foreseeable future. We'll probably do Back for Blood tomorrow. Maybe. There's a chance I don't, because it might not make for good stream content. But I'm going to be playing a lot of Back for Blood for the next few weeks, because new DLC for that drops tomorrow. Great game. Highly recommend. You can grab it on sale. It's worth your time. Or grab it full price if you got friends to play with. Dragon Age Inquisition playthrough is still in the cards. I do plan on starting that this month. I'm still working on Wonderland's resource stuff in the background. Slow going, but I am working on it. Hey, there's a Riveter. Possible Pokemon Violet playthrough on stream. Hey, Peric, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? Those of you just joining, if you don't know me, you probably do. I'm Quag. I do build stuff in lands games. We're messing around with a gun build in Wonderlands. Which is notable because I mostly do non-gun stuff in this game. We're trying out some stuff and things. Alright, this one... All wanted Ascended, and... I don't know how the damage rolls for this thing vary, but I'll just bump it to Ascended and put a decent enchant on it. What would I want? Gunpog? Hey, Braun. Say the Christmas Feed of the Bunny? No. Played Darktide, super fun. Jesper Kid did music, so I've chosen boss music starts. I haven't played Darktide yet. I've been playing Vermintide with Priz, and sometimes with Rune, and sometimes with Spy, but mostly with Priz. And I've been enjoying that. Darktide is more gun-focused, like more ranged enemies and more ranged stuff on the player side, but it has the same melee mechanics as Vermintide, which is part of what I really enjoy. So I might get into Darktide at some point. I've heard it's there's some stuff that could be ironed out, so I guess I don't feel guilty kicking that can down the road a little bit, you know? I don't know about gun focus. I was mainly using axe, so I was going full melee today. It was fun. Yeah. Bear with me one moment. Just give myself a better barb load here. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's like while I'm here. I'll bump my rings too. I'm here. And we'll bump the shotgun since I'm still here. Let's see if Eric's gone once, though I'm working good advantage of the entire stream. Making me proud. Making me proud. Oh. ISP still functional? Yeah, it's been questionable through large chunks of the stream, but it's more stable than it was earlier, which is all I can realistically ask for. Need to hurry up and start Darktide proper. Enemies more range, still melee game. There you go. Thank you. Says the range player in Vermintide. What do you mean? Like a mid-range. Recoil. So there's not many ways to boost handling or accuracy in this game. In fact, the only accuracy boost is on Buffmeister. But in terms of handling, you can get some from Buffmeister, you get some from Eagle Eye. You can get it as an amulet passive, though that's a huge waste. And I think there's an enchant or two that give you handling as well. I wonder if it's enough to make this controllable, or if you should just... Probably just gonna have to barrel stuff. Make that palatable. Try this. I'm doing mostly black powder stuff. Maybe that'll work out.
Enter if you dare.
Just do a quick boss run.
But seriously,
See how this goes. Yeah, good ping system always goes a long way.
you'll be a
Burger feels pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. This build now actually gun. This is just the Mist Dancer, son. It's the same old Mist Dancer. I'm on C100 now. Imelda? Well, it has been a while. It has been a while. Not terrible. Not terrible. Now, it's Imelda, so... Fight still sucks, but... Shit like that happens. Ugh.
So that's the way it's gonna be, eh?
Wonder how Butterboom does with my current gear. Yeah, still the play. Okay. I can use more pistol crit bonuses on gear, I think. Do I have something suitable here? Chaotic Shark's Bane. Yeah, you know, honestly, sure. Sure. Yeah, there we go. There we go. It is somewhat vexing that Butterboom is this build's counter to Imelda right now, and Imelda is what you have to do to get a Butterboom. It's like, she solves the problem that she created, like the villain she is. That was a play the angles to finish that phase. I'm gonna make some food. My favorite math nerds meal, spaghetti, but I'll be lurking. Sounds good. I appreciate the raid, and the lurk, and the support. All that stuff. You know the deal.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same.
If this was a boss where I could feasibly get some echoes off, then she'd be dead already. But I guess we Butterboom. Does that. Cool. Not the worst Imelda I've experienced on a gun build. And we're using, purple guns. And a Butterboom. Like, the Riveter is good. Is good. Handling altars, I wanted to try that. I don't remember to look for those. Cool. Handling. Blastard, aka Free. I don't know how Free is on this build, but we'll find out. Other than me not being able to see him, this is fine. Maybe more of a job for Butterboom, because visibility. But as you can see, he struggles to hit you. And Butterboom beams. Sigil also blocks the skulls like that. There we go, yeah. It's a job for Butterboom. God, that's the first time in forever that that's actually downed me. Amazing.
To make that mistake again.
Yeah, I like this. Riveter feels real good here. Butterroom, just the gun build answer to all big health problems in this game? No, no. That's kind of Sword Explosion. It's just my shotgun ammo is spoken for, so I use Butterboom instead, because I'm more likely to have remaining pistol ammo. But Torg Stickies are just the answer to single targets with big HP in this game for gun builds. So it's between, situationally, Sword Explosion, Butterboom, Ludite, and to a lesser extent, Body Rocker. It's like any of those see pretty common use. Was that visual effect glittery one? That's from not Butterboom, Barbalode. Whenever a Barbalode ricochet happens, you get that yellow, like, flash. And because I'm hitting 5 times per trigger pull, and then Corrupted Plate Mail is making that inflict 10 instances of damage. And I don't remember if Body Room triggers, and I don't think it does. So, like, 10 times per trigger pull, I have a 26% chance. And my dots also have a chance to trigger it, and my ricochets to other targets that have bolts placed in them already have a chance to trigger it. Basically, the effect is happening constantly. So it is very... lot of stuff happening on the screen. Another handling altar for me? No? Well, that's okay. This is informative. I think there's better rolls on this. Like, 525 times 5 is not max for a Riveter. I wonder what the max for a high mag is. I do like having that large mag size. I gotta look into that more. Now, I know Butterboom would eat Lechance. Let's see how Riveter does. Build look like? Might try it out. 605, I believe. Thanks, David. I can show you in the loot room after this run. My biggest problem is seeing the enemy because all this Barbalode. I'm just approximating where he is. I like that there's not a lot of gear at play here for this, though. You achieve good results with minimal gear. Usually picking as a bunch of pollution. I should do that. It's like, we're using a bad corrupted plate mail. We just need it to be a plate mail. We just need a body rune. I just need a fortifying sigil. Just need a barbaload. This is a significantly better one, but I was using a trash one before, and it was working fine. Just need rings with something relevant for pistols. Just a melee weapon, preferably a twin soul with amp and echo, but chaos tier and stuff doesn't matter. Damage doesn't matter. All that. And then I'm just using the first riveter I picked up off the ground that had ×5 and gun damage crossbolts. Very just thrown together, but performs surprisingly well for gun builds. Like, clearing this fast on C100 means it would absolutely bully anything like C75 below. Really good starter build. But yeah, skill tree. Sabomancer down to 2 in Contagion, 1 in Elusive, and that leaves you exactly enough points to get Play the Angles. We're getting a lot of multi-target out of Play the Angles plus Barbaload. Using Corrupted Plate Mail to increase the number of instances of damage we inflict, which means more chances of Barbaload, more chances of Play the Angles. Reduce damage for all of them, but those hit so hard that it's fine. More consistency is more desirable anyway. And Corrupted Plate Mail also gives us a lot of healing, which this multi-class otherwise doesn't really have any of. And Corrupted Plate Mail also provides us dots to give us access to exploit their weakness. And yeah, pretty much just pew-pew build. Go invisible, pew-pew. And regularly melee for echo. Hero points, max crit damage, max attunement. And then I believe I have the remainder in Constitution, yeah. I feel like Catatumbo is a pretty fun option here. It's nice and easy to find. Yeah, definitely. Catatumbo's also got a good dot, so you'd be getting a decent amount of extra like echo with Contagion and all that. Headcanon and Catatumbo kind of fill a similar niche there. Though Headcanon's dot is going to come exclusively from Body Rune and Plate Mail. Open for Spore Stabo Plate Mail. This, but like on a plate mail. That would be nice. Skeet Prod's another just out-of-the-box incredible weapon for this build. Very limited ammo, but a Skeet Prod plus Play the Angles plus Barbaload is just, it's so many multi-target interactions happening that your screen becomes like just vomit, but everything dies. So it's a very easy build to gear for. It's one of the upsides of this. I always want Chinese food whenever the place near me is closed. Place near me is closed every Monday. Maybe it's a forbidden fruit thing. You want what you can't have. Spore Blight Mosquito. It's good. Shame the passives are pretty bad. Like, this is particularly desirable because this doesn't force burr power onto you, and it gives you, like, even for a build that doesn't have Blight, you could just go 3 Wrath of Nature, 2 Affinity, and it'd just be great. For Spore Blight gun builds in particular, I don't see any combo beating this. Like, 3 Wrath, 2 Geist seems pretty ironclad. Just a cool skill roll. Cape of Tides. with the desirable skill combo. Not a plate mail, though. I really should have farmed for this while plate mail was in the vendor. Missed opportunity. That's okay. Something to work towards. Yeah, okay. I think this will be the next project I focus on Wonderlands-wise. Cool. Anyway. About time for me to call it. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. Let me find somewhere for us to raid into. So tomorrow, tentatively, the plan is Back for Blood. New DLC drops tomorrow. So tentatively, that's the plan. If plans change for whatever reason, probably Wonderlands or Borderlands 3. And yeah, that's what we got going on. So let's see. Who's live? Vander's playing some D2R. While he waits for D3 maintenance. Pascaroni's doing oh, there's a new putt-putt. The old one ended yesterday, right? And Mitsu's doing some Midnight Suns. Let's go to Pascaroni. Always a good time over there. Okay, there's your raid message. And if you don't know Pascaroni, change that. Do the thing. Do the thing. Click the follow button. We'll go over there, say hi. Pascaroni's doing Putt Putt, which is a farming challenge put together by Hearthmill for Borderlands 3. It's picked up quite a bit of traction. Hearthmill's been really good at just putting together community events and things that people really enjoy in BL3. And the active players of Borderlands 3 have been good about that lately. There was the large number of people that were farming for a triple roll revolter just as a community goal. There's Putt Putt. There was an arms race challenge as well that I missed completely. Harf had like a game-wide multi-character in BL3 wide one life challenge as well. Just cool stuff happening. Pascaroni can tell you more about that stuff if you're curious, because I think he's participated in most of that stuff. But anyway, yeah, I'll catch you guys over there. Thank you so much. You're all amazing. Bye.